Okay. That's better. I guess we're up and at 'em. Where's your phone? Right there. Oh. Love is overrated. What's happening? COVID. Derek. Thank you. Thank you. King Kane. Mr. T Gaming. Yeah, we back at him. That's overrated. Love is overrated. Yes. Some nice shit. Well, welcome to the Chocolate Mountain Show. I'm your host. 8 Wind is timeless. It all started with a gentle sadness. I am the galactic daddy-o, sitting in the middle of the universe on my galactic patio. Funk and Telica. How is your funk? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can feel you, baby. Did y'all see the fight on Fox? It was a good fight. Real good fight. I like when a mug will keep going forward even after he get hit and almost knocked down and you still pursue. It's a good fight. Soups, because the score of Super Bowl 48 was 48-8. Add that up, you get 56. Hey, Dread Headlocks, thank you for joining me. As you always know, tonight we still on that Deschutes. It is average gravity. So, pop them if you got them, smoke them if you want them. This is Deschutes Black Butt Porter. We want to thank Deschutes for making us funky. And the makers of Crumble. Let's get crumbled tonight, y'all. This is like 90% THC. So let's fire it up. The game tonight was fairly lackluster. I was watching it off and on. I agree, love overrated. I have no luck with girls. I guess I'll stay single forever. Man, I don't know. I mean, what can you say? I don't even know what I could say. It's funny. It's just funny. Like Richard Pryor said it best. It's just hard enough to be a human being. Then you throw in a woman, you throw in children, friends, family. It's just hard enough being a human being by yourself. And then you have to have all these expectations from others. I saw a person post, if you wanted to meet them, not just for coffee. I mean, really, I'm supposed to just meet you for the first time, and I'm going to just spend a whole bunch of money on you to have dinner, and we just meet. I say, let's go have a drink, coffee, whatever it is. Why should I have to spend $100? If you want to go to a nice restaurant, you're going to spend for two people, you can go spend no less than 80 to 100. And you got a little card or a little gift card or some shit. But that's what a lot of people expect. I don't know if it's a real expectation. That boxer almost died tonight. He almost died tonight? Really? Tonight, Derek? The one fight on Fox? The one that lost? He almost died tonight? Or I didn't see any of the early fights. I just saw the last fight on Fox. Wow, I agree. LeBron didn't want to take the last shot. He weak. That ain't never been his game, though. That ain't never been his game. Never been. State won. Michigan State won. Saw that. I was gone most of the day. I was hanging with, family, trying to get everything together. I had to take food into my son. I took him 3 boxes of food today. It's funny. I take my son 3 boxes of food, go see my best friend. He gives me a bunch of stuff. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with all this? But I'll give it to somebody. LaSoft on ESPN. Oh, I didn't see that. I saw the Fox. The fights was on Fox. It wasn't on ESPN, was it? I didn't see the fight on ESPN then. Oh, you talking about ESPN? Was that? Yeah, I guess it was. Which fight though? It was 3 or 4 fights. The last fight, he almost died. I still got cute by women and girls, and they see me a 10-year-old because I have a baby face. Baby face don't want to be called baby face. That's how the other baby face. That's Bootsy Collins named me baby face. Say baby face didn't like being called baby face. I got coochie fever. Yeah, I think I got a little bit of that too. I had this chick tell me, she was like, I've never had it like that before. She's like, you really know what you're doing. Oh my goodness. Top ranked dude got dropped. Okay, I missed it. Yeah, the Mexican brothers. I saw the Mexican brothers fight. Were you talking about the last fight or are you talking about the earlier fight? I didn't know the dude got beat up that bad. He just got knocked out in the 10th, 11th round? I didn't know he got hurt that bad. Hey, Ziggy got the juice. I did not know he got hurt that bad. And I'll tell you, I was trying to get ready and poured a beer like all over my pants. Was getting some water, poured beer all over my pants. So I had to clean all that shit up and then turn around and get back ready. Last 10 rounds. Yeah, okay. So that dude was nice though. I liked him. He never wavered. He was getting stuck. He was coming right back in the pocket. Wow. Yeah, he got knocked out. I didn't know he almost died. He took a lot of punishment. I mean, I'll give him that. He did. He took buku punishment. What was that? He dropped him twice. What was the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round? I was watching Saturday Night Live going back and forth, trying to see the weekend update shit. And so I caught that fight in the 4th round. Now, he knocked him in the 2nd or 3rd. Wow. But yeah, he knocked him out at the end. He stopped him at the end. Sorry to hear that. That's tough. I am sorry to hear that. So let's give energy to him. And I've told this story before. My cousin Sean Thomas got killed on ABC. 84, 85. He had a fight on ABC, and they wouldn't stop the fight. I mean, his face was all beat up. My father and I kept looking at each other like, why won't they stop the fight? They ain't stop it. And he died. He died in the arena. Right on TV. It was like his big chance, and no one stopped it, let him get beat like that. Yeah, my cousin Sean back in 85. Remember, I was telling you my other cousin, his brother Sean beat Roger. He beat Rogers in the AAU. He knocked Roger out and won the AAU title in Michigan by beating Roger Merriweather. But his brother Sean was fighting pro, and he finally made it to ABC, and he got killed. Right on TV. Cousin died after a fight too. Okay. The Demontant. Wow. That jump round, that was a sip by NASA. I ran into some flat earthers earlier. You think the earth is round or flat? I mean, it's just depending what plane are you talking about. So you saying from the spherical, okay, then we won't need this. This is the problem of being the machine. The machine we under has both possibilities. Again, the me or the my gives both possibilities. See, Earth and the universe doesn't give the multi universes, the fork in the road. That's the machine. The machine gives that. So the machine that creates our illusion can give you both. Again, you can put yourself in this frame, and I'll say this about it. It exposes the illusion better, because basically if you stay in flat plane, it is the illusionary plane for sure. Ghost in the Shell shows that all the time. It shows the illusion. Remember when she's coming around the highway, you have a big thing that's illusional, and then they get to see the city. They show you the flat plane. Remember when they could look on the city and it was on like a globe, but it showed you the city, and it showed you the city from a flat plane view. So it just depends. I mean, if you put yourself with them, and then that's why I throw this out there. Like when I talk about it, I'd have to put myself in the flat plane. But if we're saying we're not in it, it's not that they lying. It's not that it's untrue. It's another reality that's on top of this reality, because that's how this thing is. This thing has to have what they tell you, the cloud. So that is this illusion. This illusion has to know all thoughts. It tries to know all future thoughts. So that's my argument. Where is the Judas movie at for free? I have Movie Box. I think that's what it's called. I have, because I was starting to watch Bliss. Quantum of Conscious talks about watching Bliss, so I just started it. Movie Box. And all you need is what's the Google thing? You put the Google thing in your TV, and then you shoot the movie to the TV. Now, if you want higher quality, you got to pay for higher quality. But if the movie been out for a minute, it's fine. So it has everything. Like, I don't need Stars for American Gods. I was going to turn on the HBO and turn off my sports package. My sports package give me all the hockey. So I'm like, I don't want to lose all the hockey. Shootout at Ronald Reagan's. What is that? Somebody else said that. Shootout at Ronald Reagan's. What is that? Oh, shout out to Ronald Reagan. Oh, sorry, Moonrock. Shout out. I got you. I think Rogers wins 56. I don't know. Perhaps. What's the odds right now? What's the Vegas odds? I didn't check that out. This is the time where you can make the most money doing the predictive betting is now. Like the day after, I think is the highest money back. So that's how really you gotta, when people mention that, that's how you really have to face them. You have to face people from the flat plane, put yourself in the flat plane, or you really ain't even gonna be able to talk to each other. So it ain't that they're wrong. It's just that ain't everybody's reality. Because that has not been created very, very long. It's just recently, I'll say the last 10, 15 years, they've created that as a reality. Jaguars. That would be a good script. That would be a script that everybody would love. Let the rookie win it the first time and never win it again. Or let him lose it and then never go back, like Dan Marino. Dan Marino winning his first or second year. He set the record for the TDs in the season when he went to the Super Bowl and never went again. He never had a good running game. That's what they wanted to say was the problem. Because there was a bunch of games they was drafting back. Sammy White be on the goal line fumbling. They do the fumbling script for them. Depends on who the Jets trade for. They're getting rid of Donaldson. All them quarterbacks, they have a short. They given all the quarterbacks have had a very short string of these new quarterbacks. So they're not giving them, but they letting Kirk Cousins forever. But Wirtz sucked so bad that the Eagles didn't get anything. And I still think that Wirtz is a cap hit for the Eagles too. I think he's still a cap hit. I mean, maybe somebody can show me where he's not, but that's what it appears like. Yeah. This is some bullshit. All right. Oh well. That's how bad he is. They couldn't get rid of him. Also making Muhammad Ali and Sam Cooke under 6 foot. Yeah, that was something. I got through watching your video, Blackface Exposed, the movie One Night in Miami. I didn't have me on the edge of my seat. Now realizing it was British actors playing in it, of course. And like I mentioned, the girl from Preacher, those of you that watch Preacher, I think it was on FX. That girl is from Ethiopia. She gonna play Baker, Josephine Baker. I mean, so it's like they still rubbing it in our face again. You know, Ethiopian, and yes, Josephine Baker spent most of her life in Europe, was somewhat of a hero in World War II, because she stayed in occupied Nazi Paris, Nazi France. But again, you can't get any. There's no sisters in America that would just fit the role in. Not believable. Not believable. It's a mocking. It's like right now, Giannis. You really think his 3 brothers is 3 of the best players in the world? His 2 brothers. Well, what is the purpose of having all them in the league? It's to replace the American Indians, nothing else. It's like we're not just getting replaced by the Europeans, the Eastern Europeans. They're the only ones that really hooping. They let a few from Spain every now and then, but it's mostly Eastern Europeans. They're the ones that get tall. They're the ones they try to develop. And now it's even Africans. It's like, really? Because them dudes 6'9", that's it. That makes them out of what, 300 jobs? I think the NBA has 300 players. And really, the 2 brothers, there ain't nobody in the G Leagues, no one else that's better than them, the 2 brothers that's bench warmers. Just shows you. Joe Burrow is the new face. I am just confirmed. But they sent Burrow a letter. They hurt Burrow on purpose. There's no doubt about that. His lineman threw his lineman, which something you're never taught, is never throw your player back into the quarterback. You push him away. You keep him in front of you. If he go in front of you, try to make him go past, not take your man and throw him in your quarterback's knee. Yeah, they hurt him on purpose. The best season from a wide receiver was Randy Moss with the Pats. I agree. Urban Meyer is a Catholic. Could be a script because of his connects. That's a good one. That's a good possibility. I'm not ready for the NFL to August. There you go. What about Herbert? Herbert seemed cool. I didn't see him winning unless he does more rituals. And Rocky says all and 1 players are better than the foreign ones. No, I agree. Well, why did the Warriors lose? They might not make the playoffs. Again, they're not very talented as far as like if you really look at the script, it's hard to script them. Steph is getting there, but again, Steph is a liability on defense. Whoever's, that's why the 1 year Cleveland lost to him, Cleveland still was going at Steph, and they was having a lot of success. So it was making it hard. He had to hustle on both ends. And it's hard when you got to hustle on both ends. And so that's, to me, every team should attack Steph. So, and they weren't on national TV tonight. It was only 1 game. It's not another game on. No, it's another game on tomorrow. And then it's not another game on, I think, until Monday on NBA, and then Tuesday, the doubleheader. But yeah, they basically took the tonight off. Or no, I guess they just didn't give it national coverage. Timberwolves wasn't even on. I don't think they played tonight. I like Troy. Talking about the receiver. They even talking about he ain't going to be the first receiver. Speaking last week, I watched it when Regina King hosted. She did it in skit. Yeah. Carl Anthony Towns, sellout. Yeah, he is. Mavericks. Trevor Lawrence got too many college accolades. He only won 2 rings max. That could be. Good point. That could be. Jag fans better be happy. Hey, I like seeing the Jaguars because that's the only stadium other than that's the only pro stadium I played in that still exists, the old Gator Bowl. Every other stadium I played in is tore down. Maybe the Orange Bowl, but I don't know if they use the Orange Bowl like they used to. Ohio State. The Ohio State for former quarterback. I liked him. He made a good receiver. He didn't get a chance in the pros. Didn't he win the Heisman too? Won the Heisman. You know, the biggest slap in the face, what was his name? Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward was the only person to win the Heisman Trophy that didn't even get drafted. He didn't even get drafted into the NFL. It's like they forced him to hoop. And he got pension money. He played. But this guy was a heck of an athlete. He was a heck of a quarterback. And I remember when Notre Dame beat him. Again, the game was scripted, but I was like, man, it's the money. And yeah, they didn't do it. But yeah, he won the Heisman. What's the best college stadium? I think Clemson. Tennessee's got a nice stadium too, but Clemson, Death Valley, that's a hell of a stadium. If you ain't never been down there. Now I'll say Michigan Stadium goes with it. It's 100,000 people. I don't know if you ain't never sit amongst 100,000 people. That's quite a phenomenon. It takes, parking and getting out of there. It's no hurry. With 100,000 people, it's no hurry to leave. But it's like cities that ain't big as 100,000 people. And Michigan is one of the best places to watch football. But when it was packed, 100,000 people, but Death Valley too. That's a heck of a place to watch a game. Tennessee Stadium as well. But Michigan, I would say Michigan probably is the best football experience because that many people in one place is a heck of experience to be around. And this is the funny thing. A lot of the brothers, especially the college students, they would put all the brothers and sisters sitting together. So the blimp would look over and you could see like a dot, and it would be all the melanated people sitting in one area. It was kind of funny. With Clemson, yeah. The teal jerseys are nice. Regina King is hope. She did a skit similar to Love Connection called the Gringiest White Boy. I saw that. I changed instantly to San Francisco. I watched that too because she was like acting like she was hot for every one of them. Now the helmets where I mess with their 2000 jerseys. Ohio State basketball is going all the way. I tell you, I like them. I like DePaul seems decent, but going for the national teams, Gonzaga seems like they might let them get through. They went through a lot of, I'll say this, Gonzaga's never went through the full shame ritual as far as they go. They used to be the one upset, and now they number one. I wouldn't be surprised they pushed them in. Gonzaga is another Jesuit school. So I wonder if this is their year because the guy that's playing with Washington now, when he was going there, they had a hell of a team, and they got knocked out fairly early for that good a team. So I wouldn't be surprised they pushed them in this year. Baylor look good too. Yeah. Jaguars defense used to be dangerous. I remember them Blake brothers. Blake Bortles. I think the Jags went to the championship game with Bortles. Yeah, I think he did. Ramsey and Campbell were nice. Kansas won today, which was a surprise. Michigan State was a surprise that they won. Minnesota got killed. Illinois looked good. The young dude from Illinois is player of the year, or he's up for player of the year. So I can't think of his name, but the brother from Illinois, they killed the Gophers, killed them. And let me tell you, this is how stupid it is in this state. The Gophers can play. The Gophers, because of the Big Ten not playing a lot of different schools, the Gophers been playing at home a lot. I mean, almost every week is a home game. They're playing a lot of the same teams kind of over and over. Not more than two, but it's just, I don't know. The way they're playing, it's like they'll play them at home, and a week later they play them away. It's just they're doing that more. But when I showed Master P's son and the 7'1" dude, the state high school people make you wear a mask. Again, the Hoopers was wearing masks like this. Timberwolves don't wear masks. The Gophers don't wear masks. How is that? Now tell me, make sense of that, y'all. Timberwolves don't have to wear a mask, and the Gophers don't have to wear a mask. Make that make sense. Doesn't make sense at all, does it? How can it be that these teams don't have to wear masks, but the high school players do? Oh, and the player, and again, I'll say this. You had one person they had to resuscitate, life-threatening. You had 3 other people passed out and hospitalized. And they gave all, when they fought the petition, they tried to fight it. The judge threw out the case. Said that they still have to wear the mask, the high schoolers. After all that information of how it was harming children. But yet you watch the pro game, the hockey teams don't wear the mask, but they make high school players wear the mask. You make that make sense to me. How does that make sense to anybody? It doesn't make sense. Eagles hosted 3 state championship games and missed the playoffs the following season. The Chiefs will follow that pattern. That's a good call. That's a good call. Do you think high school shots were manipulated for LaMelo? Yeah. Yeah. When the game's on national TV, you see a little manipulation. Look at the rims. There's a lot more mechanics. Even though high school doesn't have a shot clock, there's a lot more mechanics in the rim. A lot more electronics, in the rims. Just like watch a high school game. It's been a high school game on almost every weekend. Every Friday, it's been a national high school game. So look at all the electronics going into those rims that you wouldn't see in a normal game. Now, if it's not on TV, I would say no. Remember, he scored 100 points or he scored 90 points in a game when he was like 8th, 9th grade. I think he was 9th grade and he shot 1,000 times. I don't know if y'all remember that. I think he scored 100 points in a game as a freshman. Remember, they made him ineligible or something. And then that's when they went overseas, took him overseas. Hey, Super Suppliesy 75. Thanks for joining. They all sellouts. Mahomes sacrificed his girlfriend's dad. Good point. Good points on the mask. Yeah, I've seen LaMelo play live against Michi. Okay. Does she know that it was a sacrifice? Probably not. Why would she have to know? She wouldn't have to know. And then again, what do you think? For the fame and the money, you don't think these women be on that? She get to move up. So the price was the dad, but she gets to move up. You see how that work? Most of them be with it. Most of them will be with it. They're like, okay, that's a small price for me and my children. That's why it's going to be funny to see Russell Wilson if Chick ever leaves him. And he done signed all that money. And I think when he signed his extension, he was married to her. And remember, Michael Jordan had to give Juanita $300. Now, Juanita probably feels shortchanged now because Jordan put his $300 into making $1 billion. Again, when his initial payment to get in with the Hornets was only $30 million. That's all he had to put up to start. And that $30 million gave him damn near $1 billion. He went from owing, not completely owing on the team to now free and clear owing the Coliseum or where the Hornets play. I think they call it the Hive or some shit. He owns all that and he owns the team. Majority owner. What do they sacrifice? I mean, a lot of times they sacrifice loved ones. That's what we were saying. Somebody's father. Not uncommon. Not uncommon. Once a psychopath gets a taste for blood, sacrifices, they won't stop. No, they don't stop. They step over and step on. Look at Drake. Look at all the bodies that Drake been dropping. Russell Wilson is a simp. Yeah, I agree. He is a simp. But see, like I was talking about Kirby Puckett, chicks in his way. He met a chick in the club. Mike met Juanita. Again, these people be throwing people at him and see which one they pull. I mean, remember, Kirby Puckett met this chick in a bar, and then Kirby Puckett got set up, supposedly filling the girl up in bathroom at the club. The chick follows him in the bathroom, goes in the stall with him. And then she says, but remember what Big Ben did. Supposedly Big Ben took the chick in the bathroom, had his boy sit at the door not to let her friends come in, and he supposedly raped this chick in the bathroom. And he beat it, or he got thrown out, or they paid her off. And don't forget, Big Ben got hit when he was riding a motorcycle. After he won the Super Bowl, he got hit on his motorcycle. And they was, remember, the season started, they was wondering about concussions and all that, how he's going to react. So do you think he got just hit by accident? Or was somebody trying to send him a message? Seemed like a message to me. If she leaves, he's going to win 5 straight. So Kobe was in this helicopter and they murdered him, or did they bring him a Masonic lodge and murder him? That's not a hard one to break down. Again, I think Kobe switched with Josh Okogie. I really do. Seeing Josh Okogie, I watched his interviews, all the same mannerisms. So that's what I think. I think they switched. Probably step-ins. One stepped in, the other stepped in. And they killed Josh Okogie. The daughter might have died. The daughter might have died. That might have been their price. But that's right before I came on a couple nights ago, Josh Okogie was being interviewed. And it's just again, he's an African player that grew up in America. But all the mannerisms, like they asked him to speak more of his accent. And it was like, again, remember, Kobe could speak 4 or 5 languages. And it was like listening to Kobe because Kobe was time to time speak some of these other languages. And that's how it sounded like. It sounded like Kobe with a more slight British accent. So that's what I feel. Miles Garrett, I know you said that before, Jason. Either he's dead or somewhere underground. Tiger Strong. And the 7 passengers died. Don't forget. Yeah, I think that was definitely blood there. That was definitely blood for the other people. One dude played minor league baseball, I thought. One of the fathers, one of the coaches. I thought I came across that. He played minor league baseball. So yeah, the Beast got them. The Beast definitely got them. But these are the prices. They play many characters. Yeah, sometimes they do. So was he sacrificed LeBron and other reasons? I think more for the Lakers. It would have been more for the Lakers winning the title than I think LeBron. I mean, LeBron is part of that, but I think overall it was just Lakers, for the Lakers to win it, that kind of thing. That's all. Do you believe? I don't believe in anything, King Kane. I only know. I don't believe in shit. It gets my mother frustrated. You don't believe in anything. Hell no. Ain't none of this shit real. That's the problem. And it's not real, it's not real to the point where I took this knife and cut my wrist. It's not unreal where I wouldn't bleed. If I did that shit in front of y'all, I would fucking bleed to death. So I'm not saying it's not unreal like that. But overall, this thing is just it's illusions run by a machine, the me or the my. That is the alien. That is the thing that has to be on the ship. I mean, again, how do you think a rocket is going to make it through the Van Alden belt when they even tell you that the Anunnaki had to atom bomb that shit to get through? How does anything possibly get through that shit? Explain that to me. How it's going to survive? They able to video game that shit through? Yeah, that's some bullshit. Rams might win it. They do try to discredit truthers and make us seem like, well, they put the spell out. That's the problem with the spell from the Kennedys. When they put the Kennedy spell out, and the spell was conspiracy theories. But that's really, if you look at the base meaning, what it means, it only means that you disagreed with the Warner Commission. That's what a conspiracy theorist is. They try to blanket it over, but its base spell meant that you didn't agree with the Warren Commission. That's what it means. The CIA invented it for people because, again, they wanted to dishonor, disprove, shame the people that didn't like Mark Lane. Shit, Mark Lane wrote a book, boom, about it. But it's, again, the Kennedy shit is all 60s TV bullshit. No. Make it seem like, do you think NBA players know when they get a ring? This season's where the script is for them. I mean, like when the Bulls went 72-10, they knew the script. You only lost 10 games out of 80 some games. Yeah, they knew. And the other teams knew. They was going to get mowed down. The other Jordan was going to be on the line. Every time you touch him, it was a foul. So, yes, of course. I'll tell you one key that people really probably never caught. So Willis Reed gets hurt in the 1970, 71. No, 69, 70. Willis Reed gets hurt in game 4. Game 5 is played in LA. They got Dave DeBusschere guarding Wilt. Wilt destroys him for 40-some points and something like 25 rebounds. Just destroys him. Game 6 is played back. Game 7, excuse me. So that's game 6. So game 6, Wilt destroys Dave DeBusschere. Game 7, Willis Reed is still hurt, but he took a shot to come out. Before the game, and I caught this only a few years ago. Before the game, they did the Mason. Him and Willis Reed shook hands with their hands out like this. He did the double handshake like that, a Mason handshake. That told you right there. And a person that could barely run scores the first 4 or 6 points. The only points he scored all night. And then they want you to believe that Walt Frazier and his steals beat Wilt and them. And again, the scripting back then was so bad they had to blow him out. That was the only way they could really do it. But you saw in Wilt's action in the handshake. So Wilt knew. Now in the 68-69 series, Bill Russell's last game, they pulled Wilt. Wilt was hurt, and Wilt wanted to put the cold spray on his knee, take some of that inflammation so it wouldn't hurt him so much. He didn't go back in. When that bouncy shot for Don Nelson went in, Wilt wasn't on the floor. Heyman, I think, was the coach. He wanted to show people he could win it without Wilt. Well, he didn't. Again, script. Steelers ain't on nothing. Tom Brady going to get a bad injury, then going to force him to retire. He had 664 TDs. He'll get 2 more and get injured. Devin, that's interesting. Or Cowboys, so the Steelers and the Cowboys could be 2-2 in Super Bowls. Interesting. Saints are number 4 on the list, and the 49ers 5th list as being favorites to win. Okay. It's going to be interesting. They go with Jameson. I think Jameson has a lot more potential. Again, remember the Saints game, they let Jameson throw the long touchdown. He was throwing it in their face, showing you they're making me take Breeze because Breeze, again, was a higher ticket. They say this is how desperate Breeze is. They say Breeze renegotiating his contract. Then his wife was trying to say he had a torn rotator cuff. That's why he didn't play well. I live with a torn rotator cuff every day. And I'm not throwing a football 15, 20 yards. I barely want to punch somebody with my left arm. So, and don't forget, everybody, if you can, I think it's ESPN3. I don't know what the fuck ESPN3 is. Maybe that's ESPNU. But Jackson State is playing tomorrow. Let me see if I looked it up before. See what time. The MEAC is not going to play. They pulled out. But who does Jackson State play tomorrow? Listen to this college. Edward Waters. Look that shit up. Edward Waters was NAIA, and they're going up to Division 2. 2 o'clock Eastern. So 2 o'clock Eastern. So 1 o'clock for me. But they play them. No, that must be the next game because they got them play. No, I can think it is. No, it says Mississippi Valley on the 27th. Oh, no, tomorrow is 1 o'clock Eastern. So give them support. Give the brothers some support. I don't see no betting line. There's a betting line for that shit. Is there a better Randall Woodfield story? No, Lorenzo, tell me who Randall Woodfield is. Hit me with it. West Mania this year was Raymond James Stadium. The logo looked like old Buccaneer. Next year it's going to be in Dallas. Wow. When you think Brady going to retire, I really think they're trying to make Brady be get Yogi Berra. I don't think it's going to be believable for him to get Bill Russell. But I'm thinking they're going to try to shoot Brady for 10. That's just 3 more. So I wouldn't be surprised they go back to back. I think they want him to tie Yogi Berra. It's not going to be believable for him to get 11. That's not, I think people are going to be tired again. This year was one of the lowest rated Super Bowls. When the Eagles beat them, that was a low rating Super Bowl as well. So people are getting tired of seeing Brady in the game. So he passed Jordan. I think, to me, if I was writing a script, that's how I would end it. But on the other hand, they're going to look at his ratings, because that's what they're looking at what teams are drawing what. So if he keeps drawing ratings, then, but the Super Bowls have been disappointing. He's not carrying them anymore. So and that's how broadcasters look at it. But on the other hand, you got to look at it like this. Most Super Bowls, the halftime commercials be like, after halftime is the old and repeats. This year, there was new commercials to the end. So there was no less local commercials, but I'm saying all the commercials almost to the end was newer, fresh commercials. So low ratings or not, all that time was prime. All that time was prime commercial. That's kind of what they go by. So I look at that, and that tells me low ratings or not, the TVs is paying for that shit. So TV people could still want Brady, because think about it, these networks have a say. And you don't think the networks have a say on who they want in there? The same way they do these shows. Like tonight, Kenan Thompson, his replay played right after Saturday Night Live. You see what they're trying to do. Now, his show came on, it was a game or something, so I missed his show the other night. I think it's Monday or Tuesday. But they played it on again, hoping that people that watch Saturday Night Live that missed his show before would watch it again or watch it for the first time. So Brady about to win 4 in a row. Lakers over the Sixers. I like that narrative. I like the Sixers narrative. With Doc moving over, that narrative looking better, and it's looking better and better. I'll tell you who they really like too is, for some reason, they like Toronto. And with Toronto not playing in Canada and having to live in Florida, that is a feel-good story. I look at that as kind of generating a little bit of because you have to look at what is selling. What do the TV people want? So as you look at these games, you have to look at, okay, what are the TV stations looking for as the season is? Because it's only, I think, 25, 26 games left. And the All-Star game is up in the air. So you have to put yourself as a television executive and what kind of ads and revenue you're generating. So that's what they're going by too. Like people know that if you look at stars have ratings. They have power ratings. And so they look at sports as the same way. What person is making, like Luka, this is the thing with Luka. Luka's going to keep losing for a minute, because that's how they did Dirk. They did Dirk the same way. Dirk really only won the title once. I wouldn't be surprised they do Luka like that, give him one championship. Because remember, he folded in the bubble. So I do like the Doc narrative as a story. People can relate to that. He got fired, showing that he could win somewhere else. It was kind of like he got shamed. Let's be honest. He got shamed. Number 1 seed, falls 3 in a row. It was kind of a shaming for him as well. A lot of times when they shame people, they bounce back and, give them something. So that wouldn't surprise me, putting Doc in the finals. Depending on who they were facing, and again, them trying to do away with the big man, that's the problem, why you haven't really seen any true big men win it. other than Davis. And Davis, again, is not 7 foot. I think he's 6'10 or 6'11. I don't think he's quite 7 foot. And I don't think Giannis is quite 7 foot. He's 6'10, 6'11, something like that. So, and remember, Kevin Garnett never made it out. He was always stopped by Shaq, or he was stopped by Duncan. And Duncan used to put it on him. The big ticket, he got his ticket punched when he had to face Duncan. It was one year where Duncan turned them all out. He turned out Garnett, and Garnett talked shit to him. He wouldn't say shit, but hit that bank on his ass. And then he just destroyed Shaq in the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, Shaq couldn't do shit with him. That championship, and I don't remember it was their first or second, Duncan's probably second championship, or maybe the third one. Now, I would say it was Duncan's first without Robertson. I think Duncan's championship first one without Robertson, he killed Shaq. I mean, he was on Shaq so much that Shaq couldn't really, his offense wasn't pushing it. But Duncan just was putting it to him. And the same move over and over again. A type of move, low post move, bank. And falling away, shooting the bank. It would be LA Boston manipulation. Lakers, Nets, guarantee 56 seasons. LeBron become 5 and 6. And TV ratings, the superpower on both teams, it's a lock. That could be Devin. Harden get none. Yeah, I don't see them pushing Harden in. They are gonna make him Karl Malone. Harden's gonna be Karl Malone, never win a title. I would say the Nets no because of Harden. Yep, that's what I would say. I would say Harden, you got to look at Harden like Randy Moss. There was no reason that Patriots team should have lost to sorry ass Manning. No reason. And the insult was the helmet catch that had to be manipulated. And yeah, Randy Moss never won a championship. Never won a championship. Again, Randy Moss, a lot of people blame the field goal kicker for the Vikings for not beating Atlanta, but it was Randall Cunningham missing Randy Moss. That was the ball game. Randy Moss had beat his man by 15 yards, and Cunningham threw the ball straight up in the air and got it picked off. When all he had to do was throw it a little far. But no, he threw a damn duck. King Kane, what happened when we beat the Lakers? Nets will be upset in the second round. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Drummond is going to the Lakers? Really? Why would they want him? Why would they want Drummond? You see, they set Drummond down, and they said the guy playing with the Pistons. They set him down too. But Drummond to the Lakers? Why? Why? Oh, Ryan said he think the Clippers gonna go. Only team I see beating the Nets is the Bucks. Yeah, I don't think they'll beat them either. Cousins might go to Brooklyn. Why would they want him? They got Jeff Green. Randy Moss. And Randy Moss is cool. I mean, Randy Moss is real cool. He loved to hoop. He hooped in the Pro-Am League that I used to hoop in. He hooped in that league too. Randy could hoop. Good athlete. Good dude, though. Real good dude. And he never really got into it around here. It's interesting. Draymond Green got rejected, and he did that interview after the NBA owners about Andre Drummond. Okay. Yep. But that's the game I'm talking about. The 98 Vikings that only lost one game. It was Cunningham missing Randy Moss. That was the game. Wasn't Anderson kick. Yep, that the game was him. If he'd have thrown the touchdown to Randy Moss, they won. And he threw an interception. Blake Griffin, yeah, Herm, thank you. Blake Griffin. Yeah, that's his name, Blake Griffin. They set him down. Who would want him with that big contract? And he's injury prone. He came in the league hurt. So I don't see, but they want to get rid of big dudes. So Drummond, I mean, really, these dudes ain't bouncing around the league for nothing. He played with Jason Williams. The NFL wasn't rigged. Do you think it would be the best team? I think Packers or Chiefs. It's hard to say. You got to look at everything: salary cap, player, personnel. I could also see Clippers over him or Blake going to LA. Saints or Ravens, Steelers would be the best team Lamar could throw, actually. It's funny. Luka Ferguson to beat Bron and not like in 11. It ain't not this year. They're not pushing Luka. They are not pushing him, not yet. Blake Griffin Can't even dunk. Oh yeah, he can't. Ain't about ratings. Who wanted Heat versus Lakers? But Heat versus Lakers was good because it was a fairy tale. Remember what Jimmy Butler did? How he shamed the Timberwolves and forced his way out. And then he didn't pick Philly, and he went and made them a contender. So the narrative was a good narrative. That's why the Heat went in there. That was a good narrative for them. So I saw nothing wrong with that narrative at all. Shooting the Pacers. I mean, not the Pacers, but Denver. I mean, you see Murray play last night? Didn't he have, 50 last night? Murray? So Murray, I'll say this, Murray, I like Murray's handles better than anybody in the league. I mean, when you watch Harding make moves, dribble, stand in one spot, dribble to make their move. You watch Murray. I mean, Murray is going forward behind his back. He's going forward between his legs. I think he's the most effective ball handler as far as getting into his moves and getting separation. I don't think anybody compares to him. Bigger than Kyrie. This catch, 6'4", 6'5"? With those handles, I mean, he's the best handler around people too. He gets in the lanes, and you rarely see the ball knocked out of his hands. But the way Harding get the ball, dribble, jab step. Not Murray. Murray is going forward. He's cutting. To me, that's way more impressive than dribble, then force a move. I like that style way better. Yeah, Draymond be getting ejected. That should be so rigged. Doesn't matter who goes. LeBron wins. Jazz are frauds. Yeah. I don't think they're going to ever let the Jazz win one. The Jazz haven't won, never. The only team that won out of Utah would have been the Stars. They won with Zelmo Bailey. Yeah, Jamal Crawford have some of the cleanest handles ever. Look up when Jamal Crawford would step into tournaments and play in Atlanta in the tournaments, or he'd play in tournaments. I mean, this dude would just destroy people. He would play with anybody, anytime, and just destroy people, street people. I think one of the most impressive summer league games I ever saw is Isaiah played a half, and Isaiah had something like 51 and a half. Yeah, was it the 3-point shot then? I don't even think it was the 3-point shot then. Let's see, 80. I'm talking about 80, 86 maybe. Yeah, so maybe the 3-point shot was in, but he dropped 50 and a half in the summer league. Rudy Gobert is COVID ritual. And again, Rudy Gobert is French. He's not a real brother. Devin, but not as athletic as his prime. LeBron takes PEDs. I say, look at his daddy. His daddy was built the same way. I don't think he took anything. Lakers are built for the playoffs. Nats are built for Tuesday night. That's funny. Ever since Serena got with that right dude from Read It, and they had a baby right here, her career has gone down. But Serena's old. Yeah, he was sick. Crawford was sick, Jason. Serena old, though. I mean, tennis is a young sport where girls playing 15, 16, 17. It's always been like that. So, I mean, Serena had a long run, but how long can you keep scripting it for her or whatever it is? I don't even argue about Serena anymore. I mean, remember, the World Tennis Association let Renee Richardson in. Just remember that. They let Renee Richardson in. So Serena is not, I don't think she could have a baby. Let's put it that way. I don't think she could have a baby. The Soft returned tonight versus the Heat. But it's a young women's sport. And they want to shine the light on these other people. So that's how they do it. It's like Brady. Eventually, he's going to have to fall through the wayside. Will he get shamed by losing the Super Bowl? I don't think so. Will they let him win another one next year? Could be. Again, that would go with the Yogi Berra narrative to give him 10. But how, I mean, again, if his last 2 Super Bowls was low ratings, they got to be looking at that, saying, you know, people are seeing the manipulation, the rigged sports is getting momentum. More and more people are reporting. They're not ignoring this. So again, they have to script it because they want the gambling and everything. So they're trying to make it seem like Brown is slowing down by making him look weak in regular season games. And the playoff starts, he gonna okay, Tiger Strong, Curry versus Giannis could be. I don't know if Giannis is gonna get ratings. They should move on from Brady. I think so too. Allegedly, the Williams sisters are transformers in disguise. Yeah, that's my point. That thing didn't have a baby. That thing was wearing a baby bump. But see, that's how far they'll go. I mean, think about it. Think about these actresses too. That's how far they'll go with it. They'll wear the baby bumps. They'll go through the full ritual, taking pictures with the baby bumps and everything. They do full ritual. But you got eyes, that strong jawline. I mean, you see the close-ups of her. And it's so blatant when her commercials, and she's looking at like, they're paying me even though I look like this. I mean, and what is his name? DL say? You love Kris Jenner, but you don't love Sabrina? What was he saying there? What was he saying? That's what Hewley said. You love Jenner, but you don't love Sabrina. So he was kind of saying they was the same thing. Built like LeBron's mother. Oh, Ryan says he thinks she's natural. Okay. Peace to y'all. Read my soul. I just had a fire alarm going off in the hole. Oh. Let me tell y'all. I forgot to mention this shit. So I go to take out my trash and I'm not really paying attention. I look in the street. There's a damn fire truck in the street. And then I take my trash out. A police officer like walks up to me. He's like, how you doing? There's nothing really going on tonight. And I'm like, okay. So I stay out there, and next to my building in an empty apartment, something went on. No one lives in this apartment. And they took a motherfucker out of there with the ambulance. It was several cars. I mean, it was just like, I didn't hear none of that shit come up. And I go out there and it's like squad cars everywhere. I'm glad I blow big stacks, because usually I would sit out there and smoke. So I don't know. They're supposedly working on the apartment. And next thing I know, they taking the mug up out of there. And I talked to my friends that live below them. They was like, we was hearing boom, boom, boom out. And she's like, they didn't call the cops. So I run in the house and I tell my son we're being surrounded and shit. I was like, get the guns, we're being surrounded. He was like looking at me all nervous. He's like, really, really? They beat obvious the Super Bowl. Well, Nets ain't my team. I'm just gonna. Well, we'll see. One of my villas, a pipe burst, and I had to call the fire department. All the guests were pissed. Missed half the show. And that's funny. Like my friend was saying, up here, most cribs, you know, the heat is a thing. You know, it's not a thing. Like this is what my friend said though. My friend said somebody posted they had a $9,000 heating bill as somebody in Texas. I don't understand that. Maybe Brother Nick can send me an email and explain how that's possible. Again, the place I am trying to finance is 22,000 square feet. Their bill for the year is not $10,000, because that's one thing I made them break down. How much to heat this motherfucker? And they sent me the heating bills. On an average, it was like $500 to $600. 22,000 square feet. This is shit fucking building. So how is a person down there spending that much just to heat for 2-3 weeks? What was the cold spell? 10, 13 days? I don't get that. What would be different? I know some people say, you know, such a surge on the whole system. How can you triple charge people because it's a surge on the system? I don't get that. Up here, we run heat constantly, 75, 80, most houses. Ain't nobody up here seeing bills like that. So you can't tell me that them parts is that more populated. Again, it's 3.5 million people here in the Twin Cities. You know, they call all this one big city. They call it the Twin Cities. So it's 3.5 million people. It's the 16th biggest city in the country. Ain't none of our bills like that. So what's the difference? And maybe Brother Nick can tell me how they're able to charge them people that much for 12 days worth of running extra heat. Doesn't make sense. Now, if the pipe bust, depending on where they bust, because I heard somebody say the pipe bust outside and it shot water in their house. Depending how close they were to that water main, did it bust on your side? Did it bust on the city side? Depending on how your insurance would be involved one way or another. But I just don't get how they can swindle people like that. When that's all we do up here. We couldn't live up here without heat. So I don't know. They might make warriors. So I don't know. I don't know how they do this. How they do it like that. Not sure. I am not sure how they do that. That is just beyond me. That's beyond me. But again, let's send energy down there because there are some people suffering. The old people, the homeless down there. You know, getting some reports that whole homeless camps freezing over. Because that's when it gets that cold here, they take all the people off the street. They put them somewhere. But down there, what could a homeless people do down there? You just used to nice weather all the time. So that's sad. Well, that's sad. My home state, Mississippi, one of the 14 states, is not with the Juana Man agenda. Oh man, did y'all see? Somebody put this on Facebook. It's a dude in his late 40s, but he's 6'8", and now he's Gloria. 6'8", he's Gloria. He's hooping at some junior college. We can't have that. We can't have that. They voted against it here too. They voted against it here. They won't let high schoolers. Matter of fact, we got a Democratic governor, and that's what he already put it out. High school dudes cannot participate against the females. If you're not, they don't even get into, you know, the estrogen levels, none of that shit. It's if you was born a man, you cannot hoop against or compete against women. They did, and this is a very, you know, we have the biggest second biggest gay population behind San Francisco, which makes me think again, chemically treated up here. If you find that brother's work from Dell, that brother said, you know, they'll ask him what happened, what did their chemicals do? He did the breakdown on the frogs, and he showed where their chemical, when exposed to male frogs would start doing the habits of a woman or a female frog, the nesting and getting prepared for birth and all that, just from the chemicals. I'm sure that happened here. I'm sure of it. Again, we have a big pride parade here that's quite popular before all the shit hit. It's very popular money-making day, you know, where the businesses downtown look forward to that influx. Again, our downtown matches with any town in the country, or Minneapolis. The downtown matches with any town in the country, other than everything closes at 2:00. Shit, in Detroit, you just starting to go. We would give cabarets in Detroit. Shit, motherfuckers wouldn't start coming into 1 or 2. You go to a club in Detroit, ain't nobody at the club at midnight, 11 o'clock. Yeah, the clubs don't close to about 6. I was telling my homeboy, it was plenty of nights we closed the cabarets down. And you know, the cabarets is the bomb. You rent the building, you bring in people to cook, you bring in your own drinks, you sell drinks, no license, and you can party all night. Yeah, I know Brother Nick knows about cabarets, but that's that. We used to rent buildings out like that. Shit in Detroit. DC too. Supposed to be Warriors and Nets. Strict finals, the Nets hasn't won it all. Oh, interesting. Andre Iguodala. Interesting. Harding being there, I don't see that. They're gonna Randy Moss, Karl Malone, Harding. I don't see them letting Harding win. The narrative for Kyrie keeping and why doesn't KD cut his hair? I mean, he is the most BB shot wearing hairstyle. I guess he figured that since the young boys don't comb their hair with the longer styles where you don't comb it and you sponge it, I guess KD think the BB shot. I guess he bringing the BB shots back. Is that what it is? He bringing the BB shots back? You know, where you can take one of them curls off the person's head and shoot it out a BB gun, them BB shots. Like how you got that big thing right there. I just don't get that look. That is not. I mean, how hard? Like Chris Paul got the same thing. If you look at Chris Paul, he cut his hair close, but he got the. You can see it. Why not look clean? I don't get that. I don't get the why not. Why you don't want to look clean? Atrazine, American biologist Timothy Tyrone Hayes. That's the guy that did the experiment with the frogs. Yeah, and they tried to kill him. They tried to kill that man. Yep, look up Tyrone Hayes. They tried to kill that man. He was working for Dow in Michigan. Yep. Curry carrying the NBA, somewhat. Curry's taking the place of Dame Dollar. Dame Dollar's quiet. They brought Curry back. When Curry had the broken seasons, they pushed Dame Dollar. Now Dame Dollar is in the background. People are tired of LeBron. People are tired of him, but not the corporations. Corporations ain't tired of LeBron. I would say LeBron carries the league more than Curry. Again, look at the star ratings. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Look at the star ratings. How long I've been going? Yeah, look at the star ratings. I bet LeBron's star rating is higher than Curry's, whatever they call that shit. I bet he's scoring higher. I would think having the Nets lose would be more profitable for the entire league. It's not obvious like the 07 Celtics, Brian Heat last year. KD got all the money. He actually like having to be shot in his head. They're not letting them groom themselves. They all slaves, Lakers warriors. K tripping. Curry put Dame in his place. Yeah, exactly. It's magnet weed. It's funny. That's funny. That's a good one. That's funny. You know that this brother, look at his name, Tyrone. You can't know more brother than that. Exactly. But that brother put out the work and he showed, and we know they put chemicals on us. I mean, really, you can look at the first time they really heavily put chemicals on melanated society was East St. Louis. And I think that was right after World War II. They was sweeping chemicals, putting chemicals on the melanated people. You can look in when they put chemicals in the people in San Francisco. There was a time where they spread chemicals on those people as well. So I'm pretty sure we've been hitting with them same chemicals. And so that's quite a thing here. When Curry's magnet gets in your popcorn. That's funny. That is funny, guys. Well, since I'm hesitating, let me do the divination. We are at 13 platoons, 0 platoons, a tune. We are 5 uno, and we are 4 kin. And 4 con is con, seed, idea, ordering, power of growth, generative principles, sex, and reproduction. Okay, I do have. How do I want to say this? How do I want to say this? Okay, I'll say this. How do I? Because I'm opening myself up, so I kind of want to see how I want to say this, so I'm not open as much. All right. So, if any of you do have spiritual questions, and you feel that the reading is kind of towards you, I've been getting that. And so when I'm reading this, go ahead. Okay, I'll open. Let me see how I want to do this. I'll open up because I'm seeing a lot of y'all is trying to send stuff to me when I'm reading this. And I mean send stuff to me telepathic messages. So when I'm reading this, that's the best time to send it to me. I seem to be bringing it in a little better. Yeah, that protects me. Yeah. So that's okay. If this resonates with you guys, this is the time. I'll catch it now. So when I read the divinations, I can catch the telepathic thoughts from you. So it's okay to send them to me. Now, it's not necessarily I'm going to catch it, but I've been catching it lately. So I thought I would mention that. All right. In this card, we see Chamala, the mythical mother of Sa'akato, who is a human incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, giving birth to the spiritual leader. From her mouth, a song is coming. The rope around and above her shows the cycle of life that has begun. On the top right is the lizard protecting process. And again, this is what we see in comic books with the balloon. This means speech. The lizard associated with the elements of the fire, representing the Yanni and earth. Thus, the lizard symbol represents the purest of Yanni practices without losing connection with the earth. In other words, a Yanni path within down-to-earth context, because it represents this grounded approach to magic. The lizard is a symbol of equilibrium. When you get this card, it is a sign that you need. Okay, so you guys are sending shit. Okay, I'm getting it. That's okay. When you get this card, it is a sign that you need to look for equilibrium that arises from cultivating both your spiritual and magic side and your practical material side with equal attention and dedication. This is what it means to live a grounded spiritual life. As the guardian of the temple and guide of the Yanni, Kupatin calls for the ones who devote themselves to learning and developing the most basic and traditional form of Yanni. In traditional Yanni societies, the Yanni path arises from the contemplation of and interaction with the forces of nature in a spiritual context. In this context, nature is regarded as the visible face of the Great Spirit. The basic Yanni maneuver was to initiate interactions with the forces of nature, with a means to achieve states of heightened awareness, which the basic separation between self and is what is out there ends. It is the centric union between being a human and the source. The difference between Yanni and religion lies with two main factors. The first one is that the Yanni takes place in nature instead of churches. The second is that the Yanni, there is no place for intermediaries or priests who wield power over others through managing people's connection with God. It is the shaman experience. You make the connection with the spirit by yourself. In the modern attempts to understand Yanni, overemphasize the role of the Yanni has misled people to think that Yanni can be practices by the Yanni only. The truth is that the Yanni experience is open to all the community, and the Yannis themselves are just supporters who provide space and techniques for people to participate in the Yanni experience. Getting this card might be a sign that's developing the path of the Yanni or working with the source. You guys are funny. Your boy ended up his 6-year streak. But I have been, breaking down, since you guys seem to want my answers for who I think in the finals. I have been doing a little more decoding with that. Again, you have to look at everything. You got to look at the marketing. You have to look at everything. You have to look at who's selling the most jerseys. That plays a big part as well. So, as you decode, look at all that. Look at, again, who has the bigger star ratings this year. Durant, Harding, and Irving do not have a bigger star rating than LeBron. I mean, they just don't. It's not even close. So that's what you have to look at. They know how. It's like even when they put Brady in the Super Bowl, they know that the ratings is going down. But again, for them to sell commercial time through the whole game, I've never witnessed that. And I've watched every Super Bowl. I've watched every one. Matter of fact, the first Super Bowl wasn't no big deal. But my stepdad was just that big a sports lover where we watched it. We watched it on a black and white TV. the Chiefs playing Green Bay. So that is what, you have to look at that in the NBA Finals. Who in 7 games, again, Jimmy Butler had a lot of shine on him because of the way he left with the Timberwolves. So Jimmy Butler was a good sell. Even Denver was a good sell. And then we had the underdog Heat. People love underdogs. Now, were they overmatched? Yeah, but it still sold. So you got to consider that. Watch the commercials. Watch the national commercials. Watch who they putting on national TV. So all these things you have to add up in your decode. You can't just go by who's hooping the best. That ain't never been that. It ain't never been that. It is not who's hooping the best. It is all these other factors. The commercialism. When Barry Gordy said the reason why Diana Ross took Florence Ballard's place is he said he thought that Diana Ross had a more commercial sound. So he could see that he was going to make more money putting Diana Ross in the middle than putting Florence Ballard, even though Florence Ballard sang better, had a stronger voice, prettier girl. Let's be honest, Florence Ballard at young was a prettier girl, but Diana Ross had something that commercially was going to put them over the top. So that's how you have to look at sports, is the same way. It's entertainment. So it ain't about who hoops the best. It's about who's going to sell the best, who's going to make the most viewers watch 7 games, watch all the playoffs. It's like, look at how this college is going to go. Usually March Madness kills anything the NBA does during that period. I don't know if this year that's going to, because of the way the system is set up, I don't know if this year that's going to happen. And honestly, honestly. I don't understand why the NBA didn't go to putting everybody in the playoffs. I never understood that, why it just wasn't a 32-team race. Do like the old Indiana championships, where it's only one champion for the whole state. I didn't understand. I still don't understand why the NBA doesn't have an open tournament. But then a lot of people say that lessens the regular season. I think it would be better. Sudden elimination. Yeah, you can seat the teams the first, the highest seat still, buys and shit. And I think they were leaning towards doing that. I think shortening the season, they were leaning towards. Again, they were talking about having a early season playoff when they came back. So I see them. I don't know why they haven't done it sooner. You see March Madness, everybody's so excited. College of Charleston, people excited about. You telling me that a single game elimination playoff in the NBA, you got what, 32 teams? That wouldn't be exciting? I think it would be a good marketing deal if they switched to that. Curry winning image, that narrative. So why Lakers put out 98 points? Nets have no defense. They really don't. Because that's another thing is when you have Irving and Hardy out there together, who they guarding? Neither one of them plays defense. Hardy or Irving is small, so who he guarding? That's why I mentioned this before. You had that Kelly dude that plays for Golden State, and you had Irving guarding him. This dude's been tearing people up, and he's floating to the corner. He's not posting Irving up. Irving, what, 6'1", 6'2"? This Kelly dude is what, 6'6", 6'7"? With hops. And I'm just looking at this dude stand in the corner. I'm like, wait a minute, you've been posting people up all season, but you see the narrative. Common sense says attack Irving with the taller player. That ain't what the narrative had, though. They had this dude laying back shooting threes, playing that game, playing that role. When smart basketball, you would attack. So it has nothing to do with, it's all about the TV money. And you got to look at, like, if you was an owner, what makes the most sense? What's going to make you the most money? Owners all look at that. Again, Detroit doesn't care. I mean, the Detroit Lions never cared about winning. They knew they was going to sell out regardless. So it ain't about a winning. If it was about winning, Detroit would have stopped being a club back in the mid-'60s. Detroit ain't won shit since the 50s. 60 plus years ago. Before this happened, they was selling out that new stadium. They sold out old ugly ass Tiger Stadium. So them not winning never hurt the local fan. So you got to consider all that. You got to look at the big picture. Again, look at the betting odds. Look at commercial success, though. I'll say this. Look at the Nielsen ratings of the games, baby. That's all you got to do. Look at the Nielsen ratings, and you get a better decode off of that, because that's what they looking at. That's how they go. That's how they pick. And let's be honest. That's if you look at, think about if you was the commissioner and you ran it all. You know you're going to make this much money on the Super Bowl with Brady in it. Low ratings or not, you got all this prime time people. Think about it like this. All the prime time commercials were sold in an unprecedented way this year. Unprecedented. To have new commercials from start to finish was unprecedented for a Super Bowl. If you watched it, that was unprecedented. New commercials to the very end. So you think they hurting? Even though low ratings, all their commercial time was 5 million into the very end. Because normally second half, the money, the commercial is less. But this year it appeared like they were all prime commercials. So you got to consider that. Look at the same thing as basketball. And you can get the Nielsen ratings, how the games do. I mean, that's available for everybody. So when your decode should have that in it too. What did you put about Sister Girl? Detroit won in 2004. I'm talking about the Lions, Ryan. The Lions ain't won since 54 or 55. Somebody, you deleting comments? Oh, that's right. I do have moderators. With fewer fans, it's easier to see we are the true energy. Plus, it's easier to rig with less fans. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Because it's obvious it's a TV show. It's governors now, not owners, because the society has gone soft. I still say it is still the owners of the teams. That's why they put fake nose on it. Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre would have killed Irving. He out in the 3-point. But I'll say this. Watching that kind of thing will help you in in-game betting. That's the wave, the in-game betting. And y'all that did fantasy football, that's perfect for y'all. You used to seeing those kind of decodes, because fantasy football and in-game betting is looking like it's a lot of the same thing. So look at that. If Nets, I'm gonna be a sellout. It'll be a sellout. I don't know. People don't really like Durant. Durant ain't in a lot of commercials. He's not in any national commercials I know of. He might be in local commercials, but you do not see Durant nationally. You don't see Harding anymore. That was Chris Paul. A lot of people was capping on him about that. That was Chris Paul that gave Harding national commercials. Chris Paul is the one dude that is not on a good team or going to win that they put on. And again, they put Chris Paul on because he's a normal size dude. What is he? 6 foot, 5'11". They like that narrative because it makes any child think he can make it. That is why you see Chris Paul, even though he plays on bad teams. That's what that means. If you break it down, that's why they do it with Chris Paul. The same way why they made Curry popular. They want to get rid of big dudes who are American. They want to get rid of big Americans where you don't have an advantage. Again, if you're tall and you can't shoot, that's why Drummond done bounced out the league. Greg, what was Greg's name that was playing with Drummond in Detroit? Monroe. Greg Monroe, ain't no place hardly for him. I think he was on a team the end of last year, but Greg Monroe ain't in the league. They truly want to get rid of big players, big American players at that. They ain't turning them big European players away. Because if they were, it's no way the big fella that plays with the Jazz should be in the league. If you understand how they're doing it. But again, he sets the agenda. He's not American Indian or black, colored, whatever you want to call him. Negro. He's not none of that. So they want him, but they don't want the American big dudes. They don't want the American big guys. They don't choose where they go. It's an illusion. I am from New York City and my dad's from Brooklyn. I would never set foot for the Nets. That's funny. Read my soul. Do athletes choose their team or is that scripted too? Yeah, they don't choose their teams. The only time, even in free agency, it's still scripted, even in free agency. Yep. It is still scripted in free agency. They don't choose where they go. It's an illusion because they place them on teams. Yeah, they put them on teams. Yeah. Greek Freak is bricklayer all day. He is. Kyrie woke. Harden is a playoff choker, and KD already won too much. Exactly. They're not going to let Harden win. I just don't see it. I wouldn't even be surprised if they don't win, they put Harden into another team. Because again, Harden, how do they all work? Like they didn't say anything about reconstructing his contract to fit in the salary cap for the Nets. So how does his contract work? Yeah, they don't think about. 7 Nigeria was drafted taking American steps. Yeah. Taking American jobs away. That's right. Mindless drones. Because he's okay. You're saying he's Anunnaki. I get it. Okay, I missed it. What you were saying then. Okay. Well, I've said before, I mean, non-humans want to be famous. Look at the big non-human, the big 7'4" dude. What team has he bounced around now? There's no way that non-human should be playing. I should show this chick's picture too. I feel kind of. I should flash her picture. See if I can find this non-human picture. I don't think none of y'all know her, so I don't think it'd be any harm if I have it in here. I was going to send it to Tasha. Where is she at? Does this have her name? Yeah, this has her name. Let me see. Oh, okay. I can blow it up. This is a non-human. That person ain't human. This ain't a mask. I mean, this is not a made. I mean, I'm saying I ain't just make this picture up, but this is a non-human. I covered her name up so you can't see her name. But that person is not human. There's no blemishes. You see, it's too perfect. Everything is too perfect. But that is what a non-human looks like. I ain't post her name, so don't flag me. I didn't post your name. But do you see how they're everywhere? They like being famous too. They like being cute. And they like being famous. There's something about being famous that non-humans and entities like. Is a super Kemet. Yeah, it's right. I'm not going to say her name. I'm not going to say her name. I hit her name. But that's a non-human. It was like when she friended me, I was like, oh, okay. Because I got like 5,000 friends on Facebook. So people, when you have a lot of friends, people just, you send them a thing. They see you got a lot of friends. They friend you back. She looks synthetic to me, but she's not human. I haven't quite figured out. But she, again, she goes with a European dude. You know, I mean, it's all the stereotypes is there. You see, she had the weave on. I mean, it's all the stereotypes is there. A win, MJ or LeBron. Agents don't promote ancient commit. 8 win, MJ or LeBron. It's a hard one to say. It's a hard one to say. The thing about Mike that because Mike was such a killer, but yet Mike was also influenced by Magic. So Mike would pass the ball. I mean, it was hard for cats that came behind Magic not to share the ball. Mike would share the ball too. Now, again, as a younger player, he didn't play on such a great team, but he always kind of would share the ball around. Mike never won without Scottie Pippen. LeBron is one with very, very weak people. I mean, that team, when he beat the Pistons, his coming out game, when he scored, 50 some on the Pistons and destroyed the Piston team that had won the title, a year or two before? And that young LeBron with that Cleveland team destroyed the Pistons. I don't know if Jordan could have ever did that with that team. If you'd have put Jordan on that Cleveland team, he wouldn't have taken that Cleveland team to the finals. I don't think he would have destroyed that Piston team. So to me, it's a hard say. The season and a half Jordan missed hurt him in the points, because that's why LeBron was able to pass him. Hell, Kobe passed LeBron. But Kobe and LeBron didn't miss a season and a half. Like, when that's 80, 140 games, something like that he missed. So that is why he's getting past in points, because of that season and a half that he missed. It was almost like 2 seasons. What did he come back? 20-some games? So it's almost like he missed 2 seasons. And you see the all-time point leaders, Mike is nowhere near. He fell short. So in that aspect, LeBron beat him. But again, LeBron had more turnovers, but LeBron was more of a guard as well. And LeBron going to be up there in assist. So I like Michael's game a little better for the way Mike played. He wasn't a facilitator. He was more of a take over the game, give me the ball at the end, and I win it. Okay, I like that better. I like LeBron's playing like Magic, though, where he could score when he had to, but he didn't mind setting people up. So whose game do I like better? I don't know. It's a toss-up. Kind of a toss-up. When Mike played, I was a Bulls fan. I enjoyed watching Mike. I went to a lot of the old Chicago Stadium games. I enjoyed watching Mike play. I remember the seasons he didn't play and watching WGN when I was still living in Michigan, and how it was just like such a bummer that you couldn't watch Mike play on WGN. It was like, well, damn, can't watch Mike. So I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up for me. I like them both. I think I can like them both. Android Bedwitz, that's funny. His post on his Instagram that Black people are indigenous. Agents aren't allowed to do that. I disagree. Agents could do that. Is that monster player in Dallas fake? Is that monster player in Dallas? Is that where he is now? He's in Dallas? Yeah, he's a non-human too. I did videos about him on my other channel. He's definitely a non-human. And why do they keep him? Why do they keep that dude? Other than they want a European looking player. And that's why that's our thing, where we should, about European America. How is it any European does now? It's like to put butts in the seats. That's what they look at, why they bring all these players by. Matter of fact, one of the truest things Barkley ever said is they bringing them European players over to put butts in the seats. And he was right. But 2 weeks later, he yelling, Ginobili is my favorite European player. So, they got Charles in line, but Charles told the truth. He told the truth. That was the only reason these people are in the league. But why is that dude in the league? But again, it gets to my point. Non-humans like being famous. That's why you see non-humans in movies and shit too, because it's something about that drug of the idea of fame, even to them, that they like that shit. How many years will LeBron pass Kareem in points? They did the breakdown of the games. It was like 150 games, I think. Was it Kenny Smith that did the breakdown? Yeah, it wasn't many games. Really wasn't. Matter of fact, they said if LeBron could average 25, I think it was 150 games. Yeah, if he could average something like 25 points in the next 150 games, he would break the record in 2 years. 2 years, I think they said. They did a short breakdown. Kyrie Darling with the dark eye. I like Kobe. Yeah, he is. Jerry West, the logo, so clearly NBA knows who they want to promote. Right. Kaepernick is an agent. Well, of course. I think Kaepernick was working for Trump. Kaepernick, I did that breakdown with Sly. Kaepernick was Trump's revenge for not letting the generals come into the league. because they promised Trump if Trump destroyed the USFL, they would let the generals come in. Trump had an ideal situation. He was playing where the Jets and the Giants play in the stadium I played in the Meadowlands. So Trump had it made. Trump had Flutie. Trump had Herschel Walker. That they could have stepped right in, and they was getting the ratings. And then the USL got destroyed. And then whoever got to that judge that only granted the USFL, what he give them? $1. Yes, they're a monopoly, but you're not going to penalize them. Don't you know the penalty they could have put on them for anti-monopoly? They could have knocked the NFL to their knees. And they didn't. Somebody got to that judge and said, you're right. But no, it was the jury, because the jury is the ones that decided the money. So they got to that jury, and the jury gave them $1, which was an insult. At least you should get back the money that you put into the court thing, but it killed the USFL. And then Trump got with Kaepernick. And the ratings was never worse when Kaepernick was kneeling. And again, you kneeling to the Jesuits and the Jewish faith people. That's what the kneeling is about too. Because at first he was sitting down. That didn't get any publicity when he sat down. They noticed it, but it didn't get publicity. And so these same TV people, these same little eggheads said, have him kneel, and then we'll put the camera on him every game. The league made him popular doing that. If the league can ignore you. You know that, don't you? The league can ignore you. But what happened every game? Where's Kaepernick? Every game his team played, where's Kaepernick? So the league wasn't mad at him. The league knew. The league knew. They knew. They didn't care. But till they got all that pushback from Trump. And then the ratings went. The ratings fell. The ratings fell. So, do you see the Clippers beating the Lakers? Not this year. Even though I'll say this about the Clippers. They are liking Paul George better this year. They are liking the narrative he fits this year. They are giving him a much better narrative. So I like George. I do. The rest of the team, bunch of nobodies. And I mean, I'm saying personality-wise. I'm saying power ratings. Leonard is a hard sell. Let's be honest. Leonard appears like he has autism. His interviews are terrible. He's a very hard sell. Again, I think Leonard only won one title with the Spurs, or maybe he won two. Somebody remind me. But he, on those Spurs teams, he really wasn't the man. Remember, when they beat LeBron, it was Danny Green. That was the first time I really noticed the three-point manipulation in full effect. Was that time when Danny Green made, 7 or 8? That was the difference. Because remember, the first couple games, LeBron was in the ass. And the difference was Danny Green shooting. Now, it wasn't believable. Wasn't believable that Danny Green became a super three. Danny Green was Curry during that series. And I think that was the first Spurs win, or maybe the second, against when they won the title, when they beat LeBron. But it was like LeBron was about to beat them again. And then Danny Green hitting 6, 7 threes every game. Well, what did they tell David Ferry? Your story's not believable. Which part? Which part? Oh, check this shit out. Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Let me read this. Let me see where I put it first. Thank you for reminding me. Here we go. Check this out. I'll read just a little bit of it. Quantum leap, how we discovered a new way to create holograms. And so now, now the Star Wars holograms are just, it is so much more they can do with it. Holography is a photographic process of recording light that is scattered by an object and presented in a three-dimensional way. Invented in the 50s, got the guy a discovery. Beyond banknotes, passports, wrappers, they can use holograms for everything. That goes into what I'm telling you about the hologram contracts, how they've changed. They've changed from just being a 3D picture to actually the Harry Potter shit with the newspapers, where you are actually, whatever the fuck you do, you are moving in that motherfucker. You are writing your name over some shit where you're moving. If you're a hooper, you are hooping in this contract. You are hooping, or if you're a singer, you're singing. You are doing whatever you do, and you signing over that. Now you want to, I don't know, y'all study much witchcraft, but that's a bond. That's a bind. That's a bond and a bind. So it's in some ways worse than selling your soul. It's beyond selling your soul. You are bound to it. So do you see? And they're telling you that the technology is there. Again, when they release this kind of shit, a new type of quantum holography to overcome the limitations, to speed up of quantum information science. Goes into quantum computing. It goes into a little bit of how they make it. Holography with entanglement. And again, entanglement is just the reaction of the photons. But this is just kind of telling you how they can manipulate it. But they can put this in pictures. They can put this in contracts. So again, the things they expose are they've been doing this shit. So this ain't nothing new. So it's got that deep. So some ways they are doing more than selling their soul. They are giving up their energy signature. Cap wasn't even good. No, he wasn't. I did several videos on how sorry he was and how his reads were terrible, how he had no confidence. His arm skills were lack. He had a very weak arm, wasn't very accurate. No, he could run that thing. He could run in a scripted situation. Remember the Packers game? This dude can't pass, and you really opening all these running lanes up for this dude who's no threat to pass. You remember how he killed the Packers? Cap might have won the Super Bowl if Beyonce didn't cut the lights off. Frank was playing good. Joe Flacco, Cap. Joe Flacco's there. Look at Space Jam. The aliens were showing you the game. Watch. Awin, how do they find the sellouts? That's not hard. That is not hard. Again, I think, I'm not sure who said this, and whoever said it, they're absolutely right. When you take people that really don't come from money and you give them money, the people think about what they could buy. People with money think about how they're going to double the money. So do you see? It's easy to find. It's easy to find that kind of people that want money so they can spend, because that's just our mentality. We're very visual people. And so we look at not how we can double our money up, but how we can spend money. And that's how you create the sellouts. It's that kind of easy. You create the sellouts like that. Time is it? Okay. How long I've been going? All right. I heard witchcraft isn't completely evil. I heard there's positive and negatives. Of course, witchcraft is not evil. That is why really, yes, the Rockefellers did start the pharmacies, in America and got away with the natural healing. But you got to look at the Protestants too. The Protestants didn't want any natural healing. And they found out when they were working with the American Indians, even when they was slaving them or they was just had people working for them, they saw these people was doing nothing but natural cures. And so the people they were calling witches were just the people that learned from the Indians the natural cures. And they very quickly called them witches. And then if you look at the witch trials again, it was one little girl that got almost 7 people killed. Her testimony got 7 people killed. And something, if you also look at the witch trials in Massachusetts, One dude, he was the richest person in town, and this same little girl said shit about him. So they put a board on this motherfucker. They started putting rocks on. The thing is if you admitted that you was a witch, they could take your property. Because that's what it became too, was a property grab. You could say these people was witches if you tortured them, and if they admitted they was witches, then you got their land. Their family couldn't get the land. But this one dude was like, fuck it. They end up putting like 700-800 pounds on him to crush him. They crushed him over days, but he never would submit because he took one for his family. Yeah, they killed him and crushed him, but he never admitted, so his family didn't lose his property. So, but that's some of it. So no, witchcraft is not all negative. Now there is a aspect of it is used negative, but no, and just in the practice, no, it's just naturecraft. Nature. A person that works with nature. That's all. Kind of like a Yanni. You work with nature. I heard, yeah, so it's not. I believe if you look at anybody after the third season, they'd be looking completely different. Yeah, Jimmy G is garbage. They said, sell out our soul or just something different. Dick Gregory said, it's best we sell our soul. Do you think Curry's overrated? Yeah, he's average. Curry's average without it. He's not the best shooter of all times. Again, Louis Dampier doesn't look like he had a manipulated career in his last season before the merger, shot 50%. So this is a person without help of manipulation system that started with the 3-point system. And at the end of his career, he was the best ever in the ABA. And without the manipulation, he shot 50%. Oh, maybe I made a note about that. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. Right here. Nets and the Warriors as a team last week shot over 50%. Steph Curry is shooting over 50%. So how's that possible? The Nets, Green is on the Nets. No, Green is on the Warriors. I mean, it's not probable. Not probable that anybody's going to make 1 out of 2, especially you just shooting jumpers. Now, they did a thing. Who did they do the thing on today? They compared him to Wilt. It was Murray. Murray was the most efficient other than Wilt. Wilt had the most efficient game. I think it was 87%. He shot 87%, mostly shooting layups. Murray, his 50-point game tonight, I don't think he shot any threes. I think it was all no threes. And he shot, 83%, something like that. But again, he was shooting short shots, no threes. But you're saying that it's possible to shoot 1 out of 2, and your game is mostly jumpers, and you're gonna make 1 out of 2 consistently. Fatigue, injury, defense. That's the thing. Steph, if Steph was forced to play defense every game, you think he's shooting 50%? He got to guard somebody? You would think every team would go at Steph. Again, the problem the Nets have, if you just look at the Nets as a matchup, when Irving and Harding is out there, it's like 3 against 2. I mean, it's 5 against 3. Because you send somebody at Harding's man, it's like every time down, if it was real, I would send somebody at Harding's man, and the next time down, I'm sending somebody at Irving's man. All the game, make them play both ends. Look at the game where Harding scored 60-some points. Tell me he played defense those games. Now, one coach that did dog Harding was Kevin McHale. Kevin McHale was showing them films and like, what are you doing, James? What are you doing, James? How are you helping us on defense, James? And you know what they did to McHale? He got fired. Because he was trying to shame him, like start playing defense. But when he was getting them MVPs, he wasn't playing defense. He wasn't guarding anybody. I mean, that's how you tell if it's a true game. You shoot 50% when you got to guard somebody. But it just shows you these cats ain't guarding nobody. They're not guarding people. And that shows you it's scripted. Because everybody in the league, even the bench players can score. Everybody in the league can score. Back then, if you call somebody a witch, well, they'd have a trial for sure. Pistol Pete. Yeah, Pistol Pete was the best college player ever, hands down. Well, no, he's the best scorer. I'll take that back. Not the best player. Jabbar was the best. The best high school player ever and the best college player ever was Jabbar, hands down. Nobody comes close. He wins 3 straight championships. If freshmen could have played then, he would have won 4. Remember, Jabbar, as a freshman, beat the team that won the national championship. The UCLA freshman team with Jabbar beat the team that won the national championship the year before at UCLA. So he would have won. Jabbar won MVP 3 times in college. I think the only person that made it to the Final Four 3 times in a row was Ralph Sampson. Yeah, I think Ralph Sampson. But yeah, Jabbar. But the best scorer in the history of basketball is clearly Pistol Pete. No one else will ever average 44 points a game without the 3-point. I mean, if you put the 3-point shot in Pistol Pete's college career, I mean, he'd have probably had like 60 and 70-point games. And he had that without a 3-point shot. That's probably the most underrated player of all time is Pistol Pete. Almost all the ball handling drills we do today was thankful to Pistol Pete. Pistol Pete would come out before games at LSU, and it became so popular. You know how the Globetrotters get in the circle and they doing all the passes? Pistol Pete used to do his pregame workouts, and it became so popular because of his drills that they had him wait to do them so people could come in and watch. And people would come to the games early just to watch him do those drills that everyone does now. Machine gun, hot potato. I mean, a lot of drills. I mean, Pistol Pete was trained. His daddy trained him to dribble a basketball while a car was moving. He would put his right hand and dribble the ball while in the car. He's dribbling the ball, not missing a beat. And his daddy would take him around the block, left hand. Try that shit. Try to dribble a ball while a car is going 20 miles an hour. See if you could do it. This dude do it like it wasn't shit. So Pistol Pete was a hell of a player that, unfortunately, they made him a loser. The one time he could have won a chip, he retired. He should have played the next year with Larry Bird and when they won, and he would have won the championship. Instead, Nate Archibald got it. But Pistol Pete was a great player. Great player. Folks really think Brady is the best. No, he ain't the best ever. 84%. Yeah, there you go, Derek. Thank you. Yeah, Brady's not a good player. Remember, Brady did not start in Michigan. Greasy started his first 2 years, and then him and Drew Henson, Brady would start the game and Drew Henson would finish the game. So how he get drafted? If the coach did not have faith in you to close the game out, how does that person get drafted? Shouldn't have got drafted. He shouldn't have been even looked at. Carmelo. Allen Iverson played both sides and would risk injury in all plays. The thing that was different with him is he had the closing speed on defense. So he could guard and help because he had tremendous closing speed, tremendous lateral speed to play defense. And that's what made him such an effective player. That's why you really couldn't go at him, because he's right in your face and he's quick. I mean, I had a teammate a couple years older than me, and I watched this one dude press a whole team by himself. Like I talked about, Tim Reed could beat 5 players by himself. I watched one dude that could press 5 dudes. And if it wasn't for cheating refs, teams wouldn't be able to bring the ball up on him. It would be just him back there. Like if they only put 2 guards, like the guy taking it out and 2 guards, they couldn't do it. He would steal the ball every time. He had the best anticipation of a dude dribbling, and he could take the ball before the ball came back up. And then if you tried to pass it and he was kind of playing between, yeah. And what refs started doing is refs started calling fouls on him to make him quit pressing. But this guy was tremendous. I mean, he's by far, and I played with a lot of good players, a lot of ex-pros, pros that was currently playing at that time. But he's the best defensive player I ever saw. Eddie Boyd. And the sad thing about Eddie is he went to a junior college out in Washington. He had got his girl pregnant in high school and didn't stay. And then this cat had a stroke at 20. and it took all his skill. He was never, after the stroke. And I mean, he was fine, but he just playing ball, it was gone at 20 because he had a stroke, almost died. And it took all his skill away. Yep. The greatest Ziggy, you crazy. Either Wilt or Kareem. Either Wilt or Kareem is the best all time. I give it. Kareem had the most unstoppable shot that no one practices, which doesn't make sense. That people don't practice the hook shot. Just doesn't make sense. Look at a 1940s game. Everybody shot hooks only. Now, if the old game had everybody shooting just hooks, the hook is a good shot. Dudes would shoot hooks from, I mean, later the Goose Tatum, what they copy, but dudes would shooting hooks from the wings with confidence. Watch a 40s game. Watch all the dudes just hooking. And then nobody gets taught. And let me say this, the hook shot was the one shot where you was taught with both hands. Both. My ex was here. She would tease me. Both. That's that North Carolina accent. My daughter's like, Dad, it's both. Not both, Dad. Both. But you were taught how to shoot it with both hands. You would shoot it right hand, and they would teach you how to shoot it left hand. Other than a left hand layup, that was it. Nobody ever they didn't teach you to shoot left hand jumpers. But a hook shot was one way you learned how to do it right hand, and you learned how to do it left hand. And Kareem would be like, you didn't know if he was coming right or left, because Kareem could shoot it left hand too. And the most effective shot in history, more effective than even Curry's three. And they say Curry's the best shooter of all time. He ain't better than Kareem. Yeah, it's three, but Kareem was a motherfucker. And you can't take nothing from Wilt. I mean, Wilt played every minute of almost every game. Some games, some years, Wilt played more games than minutes allowed. The games is what, 40 minutes, something like that? And Wilt was playing 42, 43 because he was playing all the overtimes. And there's not been another player as not hurt. That's not the correct word to say, but Wilt rarely got hurt. I mean, Wilt played he never wore Adidas. Wilt wore Chuck Taylors whole career and never had those foot problems wearing Chuck Taylors. So I give it to, it's kind of a toss up, but I think Wilt's got a little stronger career just because of his dominance. Joker does the hook. He does it in slow motion. That dude is so slow. It's like, why is he in the league? He is so slow. A jump shot is more pleasing. That's why they don't practice the hook. Maybe. I don't know. Great Freak should hook shot. He should. Earl Boykins had crazy handles. Yeah. Earl and Muggsy. I watched Muggsy play at Wake. Got this this girl I was messing with, her boyfriend. I was messing with these two girls that was roommates. And the one girl's boyfriend played at Wake. And so we always got tickets. He ain't know I was always around. And I was messing with her and Mike Helms, because Mike later got busted with coke. And the girl, he ended up having a baby with her. But I was messing with these two roommates. And so we was up in the Wake Forest game. But Muggsy too. Muggsy with D. Muggsy handles, and Muggsy would be right in your face. And again, remember, Muggsy played where you could hand check. And so his size, he was strong. Looked at his base. Even Muggsy was built stronger than even Earl. Earl was thinner, had a thinner build. But Muggsy had a nice, thick build. He hand checked you. He could hold you there. And he was quick on his feet. So Muggsy was nice. Muggsy was real nice. Yeah, they praise Joker, so he's hard, so he's slow. Yeah, he's very slow, very slow. It makes you wonder. I mean, again, if he was growing up in America, would this dude be there? He wouldn't. The same type of player, Kevin Love. Joker is a Kevin Love, maybe not as a strong rebounder. And you see how they broke him. Kevin was like all the time 25 and 10, because I got to see Kevin Love play a lot here. Every game, 25-10. He took up right where Garnett left off every game. And then he plays with LeBron. He ain't even getting the 10 rebounds anymore. Oh, and then remember, when that first year, Kelly Oubre hurt Kevin Love's shoulder. He caught Kevin Love's shoulder and busted out of the socket on purpose. Y'all remember that? Put Kevin Love out of the playoffs on purpose. He hurt Kevin Love on purpose. Caught his arm. Pow! That was a wrestling move that hurt that cat on purpose. I don't know if y'all remember that. Kyle Kuzma is the softest player of all time. They like him, though. They like him. And because I think they could have got Davis and threw Kuzma and kept what's his name, the skinny dude that's scoring so well. They could have threw Kuzma in that deal, and they kept Kuzma instead. Again, Kuzma's 6'8", 6'9", can play 4, but his game is really more of a 3. His body's more of a 3, but he can play some 4 as well. So looks like going to end COVID and come out with a new disease, which is the real one. Love was better on the Timberwolves. Yeah, far better player. He was an all-star player on the Timberwolves. Played hard. I like Leitner. I saw Leitner play a lot. Leitner had J.R. Rider. He had Garnett. Leitner wasn't a bad player. They thought Leitner was Larry Bird, and he was never Larry Bird. But Leitner played hard, and they shamed him when he went to pro. They shamed him because he wasn't Larry Bird. And I don't think, that was an unrealistic thing to think that Leitner was going to be Larry Bird. Larry Bird could create his own shot. Leitner was in the system. Was never going to create his own shot. He was a 4 or 5, more of a 4. His size. He was 6'11", but he got in the league and they shamed him and they bounced him all around. Remember, he ended up with Mike. I think wasn't he? I think he ended up a year or so with the Bullets when Mike was there, and that was through Mike. But Leitner wasn't a bad player. He played strong. Timberwolves just wasn't good teams. Kyle, Dolomite, West, Kevin Love. Yeah, Wade's life got Wade. Yep. I see what you're saying. Read my soul. Dante West. Yep. Brian should have shot that. Brandon Ingram. Yeah, it was better than Kuzma. Yeah, yeah, he was. But I thought they could have kept Ingram and shipped Kuzma out. I really thought they would. And I'll give props to Ingram. It looked like he worked on his body this year. He's a little thicker. So that's good. Nick Van Exel and Sam Cassell are aliens. Oh, yeah. Sam Cassell's E.T. looking dude, especially when he was younger. He was a really E.T. looking dude. That shit's funny. Oh, he definitely was an ugly dude. Bo Outlaw was probably the ugliest dude who ever hooped. No, Mutombo. I told that story. We go up in the slam and Mutombo ain't any holes around him. I mean, 0. Here I am. I'm broke and I got a table full of girls. I don't have all those dots, but I knew everybody. My buddies knew everybody. And we sitting with a table full of women. And there's Mutombo. I think Billy Williams felt sorry for it. Remember Billy Williams? Y'all remember Billy Williams from Georgetown when Georgetown won the finals and Billy Williams cussed on TV? They was like, well, Billy, how did you do it? Well, we was taking the Kareem and damn. Y'all remember that? He said, damn. Billy Parker looked at him like, well, Billy Parker didn't know what to say. But Reggie was talking so good, and I think he got nervous, and he was like, oh, I'm fucked up. And he said, damn, right on national TV. And they were like, well, back to you, Jim. I don't know if y'all remember that. Chris Blosh at Blood Cots playing LeBron. Tyrone Hill. Yeah, Tyrone Hill wasn't a very handsome man either, but Bo Outlaw, oh my goodness. Woo. Woo. Money don't make everybody like an ugly girl can really do herself up. Yeah, my brother can't take ugly off. Money make you look better, yes, but ugly is ugly. And if it's like you're a young woman and you want to bring more of that ugly into the world, well, some women do it. But Mutombo, he was here. There was nobody. Like even Patrick Ewing wasn't a very handsome man. He had a decent girl. He had a girl here. It was an Asian sister that she was only his girl when he was here, and he'd fly her all around. But at least he had that. But not Mutombo. Wasn't nobody walking to Mutombo. It's kind of funny watching the cat. And I mean, he probably could buy some, but most of the players ain't got to buy none. He had to probably buy some. And I'll say Mutombo was the ugliest person I ever saw up close. And y'all remember my stories. Mutombo was the ugliest man I ever saw in person. And I saw the dude who face twisted. Mutombo was uglier than that dude. Remember I told you dudes Let me see how to say it. His mouth was here. This eye was where his mouth should be. His nose was like way over here. His whole face, that palsy stuff they was talking about when you take the meds, that dude's face did that. It would come back, but it was a dude we hoop with. And Tumba was uglier than him. But Tumba was an ugly dude, boy. Thad Maker was ugly. Was George Morrison of Bullets as synthetic? Morrison, yeah, he's I think he's just non-human. I think Morrison is just non-human. Do you like Mike Maker's cousin? He's nasty. Okay. Eric Williams, another ugly dude. PJ, that's funny. That's what I'm saying. It's hard for an ugly dude. I mean, yes, we see hustlers with women because the money, but you talking about quality chicks. You ain't getting a quality chick even with the money. That's not entirely true, but in most cases, some women, go for the money, and it don't matter how ugly the dude is. You know who does that more? European women seem to not have, like, sisters kind of ugly mugs don't really get it a lot. They really got to have a lot of money. But European women don't seem to have the ugly problem. Because you'll see the prettiest European girl, and she's just with the ugliest European dude in the world. And they are just so in love. And I find that odd. And it's like, yes, money does play for the hoodish European chicks. Money plays a part. But the average just European chick, cute, just a regular career, she'll pick the just average looking dude that she know gonna be bald and fat in a few years. And I don't know. It's just something I watched. And I think that's odd. I'll tell you another thing that's about Minnesota too. There are some women, for European women, there are European women that don't go by, again, how people look. What I noticed is a lot of European women in this state would just go by dark. Long as the dude was dark, that's all they cared about. They didn't care about his features or anything. Long as he was really melanated, that's what they liked. Because I would look at and try to see types with certain women, just because I'm always psychologist kind of thing. And it was just the oddest thing. It was like, you look at this girl and you look at the dude, and I'm like, you got to see this is one ugly motherfucker. And he ain't rich. He just melanated. And it's like, I saw that. It's like, it didn't matter how they looked, long as they was melanated. My ex-wife is kind of like that too. It don't really matter how the dude looked, long as he melanated. But that's a phenomenon that's here that I noticed that I didn't see in other cities that I lived in. These dudes mentioned face look like a murder scene. Lorenzo, that's funny as shit. Barco Maker, you got to get hip to him. He played for a black college. Oh, okay. I have to look him up. Oh, yeah. His cat's is just ugly. But again, Matumbo wasn't able to get any play here. I think some of the sisters looked at that kind of ugly as like, yeah, you can only buy some. And that's a funny thing about the pro games too. You see the hookers, dudes that got regular girls in each city, and you would see them at the games. Especially when I sat on the floor, I'd always start looking for them, like, there they are, because I knew some of them, but I was like, here they are. They always be in good seats and not far, but they be there. So I know they hurting now. They ain't at the games. You got to wait for them, and you can't even party. Well, they open the clubs up. I'll take that back. The clubs here open back up. The clubs and the restaurants all open back up here. Seal. Oh yeah, that's another dude. I think what's the gay dude? Russell Simmons' ex. I think she just wanted to see if she had babies by him. Could they sing? No, it wasn't even Seal, was she? She was with the other dude. Help me free or let me free dude. He wasn't very handsome either. Joker looked like a polar bear. He does. And this is the problem. And I told this story before. Like when Kukoc first came in the league, man, dudes was just getting him because he smelled. Them Europeans, them first Mernachech that started with Golden State, trying to think where else, but he was the same problem. These dudes living in America, and like they would take showers and everything, but that stink from that European skin and never taking showers growing up, them dudes would smell for years. People didn't like sitting with them on the buses. They didn't like sitting next to them in the shower because these dudes smelled. And it took Kukoc like 3 years to get that smell off him. You can probably find that in Jordan's book and shit. Some of that shit they talked about. But yeah, them European dudes was coming over here and they just wasn't used to taking showers as often. And so they smelled. They had a nasty, sour smell on their skin that just, the more they sweated and played, dudes was like, that shit was foul. Kukoc. So it wasn't that they just picked on him. I mean, he had that problem going as well. And most of them early European players that came over had that same problem. These cats stinked. As you played against them, they were smelling. You know, when they start sweating, they got more sour. I don't know if anybody else caught them stories, but that's what the thing with Kukoc was, is that people didn't like him because he smelled. And nothing they can do about it. It took him a bunch of years to get that stink off of him. I don't know about the new Westbrook is a reptile. He looks like a Cro-Magnon man. That's who Westbrook looked like. He looked like a Cro-Magnon man. He got all that Cro-Magnon head and skull. So yeah, he doesn't look like a average brother look. He definitely doesn't. Kukoc was smelly. Oh yeah. That was one of the biggest knocks on him, was his game at first, but just traveling with him, being around him all the time. You heard all the Bulls players, commenting on how foul he smelled. But the Murnachech, I think, was the other dude's name, the first dude, because Petratreff was the one they sacrificed in a car accident. He played for Portland and the Nets. But the first dude they brought over, I think, is Murnachech. He played with the Warriors, and I think he ended up with the Nets. He was the one where they called traveling all the time. They didn't give him the Euro step, and that killed him. It killed all his confidence because dude be all by himself, do the Euro step. Petra, the dude who got sacrificed in the car accident, played for the Nets in Portland. Him too. They was both having that same problem. They would do the Euro steps, traveling. And especially the first dude, he was only like 6'5", so he played guard. That killed his game, that he couldn't do the Euro step. But that used to be traveling. Again, you watched when them dudes came in the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, they didn't looking when they put the Euro step in. So these cats didn't get, at first, they would not bend the rules for these dudes. They did in the Olympics, but they didn't do it in the NBA, them first cats. And then it was so bad that they saw that the players from Europe wasn't going to be successful until they put that in. And now you see they took it in because the European players wasn't being successful without the Euro stuff. They benefited from the change of rules. But the first players, travel, go the other way. Dude be all by himself and do that bullshit they call traveling on him. Caveman, yeah, caveman. Pippen is odd looking too. Do y'all remember when Pippen cut his hair bald? You know how dudes had a brain head? Y'all remember that with Pippen? Pippen had, how some dudes, they cut their hair and you can like see the brain shape? Pippen had that kind of head. He had the brain shape. So he couldn't be bald because you saw the brain shape up there. And he's not a very handsome cat either. I shouldn't say what I want to be. He appeared to be a little slow too. I met him a few times. He appeared to be a little slow. Not gay. I'm not doing that saying gay, but there was a slowness about him that I noticed. Some ladies out here, just because she light skinned doesn't mean she cute. Oh, Tiny Harris is rarely ugly. I agree. Ben Simmons sacrificed his cousin after he got drafted. Not surprised. Kukoc was a good-looking guy. You would never thought he would have that problem. Yeah. 94, Jason, could have been. Oh, yeah. You'd have to talk to old heads that played back then. But I was trying to think if Charles Davis was there. I don't think Charles was there by the time Kukoc came in. But went to a lot of Bulls games, going to the clubs, hearing the players. And that was the big thing when Kukoc came in. It was like, yeah, he can hoop, but this motherfucker stink. And all of them would just, go in on how he'd buy new clothes. They'd get him colognes and shit. I mean, the players was giving him colognes and shit. They was putting cologne in this motherfucker's locker and shit, trying to see if that shit worked, and none of that shit made him not stink. And I remember they brought his woman over. He brought his wife over, and they was even saying the same thing about her. And I met her a couple of times because it was funny. She would come into the gym and you see them purses. Yeah, she came in one of them 3,000-4,000. And I'll tell the story of me, a coup coach. I was roughing his son. And gosh, his son is grown now, but I had his son. I had done a few games before with him. And so the game was getting tight. So I'm at one end of the court. I make a call, traveling. I'm hearing, an accent in my ear. That is not traveling. That is not traveling. So I run down to the other court. And, I follow the play, call Turner. I call traveling. We run down to the other end, and I'm hearing this voice. And finally, I turned around, and I was about to fight this motherfucker. I was about to fight his ass. And he's like, that's not traveling. He walked towards me. I say, walk again. I say, take one more step and see. And then the parents came over and got him. I was about to beat his ass up in there. I was about to put that mustard on him. And he apologized to me. It was funny. Afterwards, the coach apologized. His wife made him apologize to me. And after that, he would see me, and they were both, and his wife would say, he's not going to follow you today. You'll be okay. So I got cool with him. But yeah, he's about to get that. I was about to put them beans on his ass. I was going to beat his ass up in there because he was like, he chased me down court. What do you guys think? That deserved the ass whooping. Like, how you going to chase? You was a grown ass man and you chasing me down court for the fucking 5th grade game. You see? So I was about to beat his ass. And straight up, I was about to get in his ass. And but after that, he was cool with me. He always spoke to me. It was kind of funny. He always spoke to me after that. Him and his wife always spoke to me. He's like, he's not going to follow. He's going to sit here. I'm like, I don't care if he stand up. Just leave me alone. But we used to see Stacey King has some boys. Yeah, a lot of the players. Because a lot of them cats would live in Wisconsin. Like I get it mixed up because there's a forest lake, and then in Illinois there's a lake forest, I think it's called. And a lot of them cats would live like the boundary of Wisconsin. It'd be like that lake forest was right by Kenosha. So a lot of them cats lived up in there. They would live in Wisconsin. And because it's right all there, Chicago, Wisconsin, it's right all there. So a lot of them cats would live outside. I picked up this couple doing ride share, and the African guy had a tuxedo and he had a white girl. They looked like prom king and queen, but they stunk up the whole vehicle. Well, the old Richard Pryor joke. Richard Pryor said that he took a ride in the cab, and he was like, he had to ride with his head out the window. But then he said he looked at the cab driver. He said the cab driver was driving with his head out the window, talking about this goddamn that deodorant and that cologne that motherfucker got on. I can't stand that shit. He said they both had their heads out the window. Rich because of the African stank, and the African because of the American cologne stank to him. So Richard Pryor had a good joke about that. Because he was like, how the bugs stink, and the stink like comes over, like people stink so bad, and the stink just like covers your face and covers your skin. It's like that stink just is like on you. You've been around people, they smell so bad where the shit just, you can't stop the smell, and the smell just engulfs your face, and next thing you know, you like start smelling your clothes because you just still smelling that funky shit. You're like, well, god damn. I mean, his people stink like that. I picked with Reggie Miller's sister, as good as they say. Yeah, she was. Again, Javon McGee's mother, Pamela McGee, I think was his name. And she had a twin sister. I can't think of her name, but they were my age. So they might have been quite a little older than Cheryl. I think Cheryl's a few years younger than me, but the McGee sisters might have been 2 years ahead of her. I'm not sure the difference, but they all played together, and they won the national championship at USC with the McGee sisters and Cheryl Miller. But yeah, Cheryl Miller scored 100 points in the game. And it wasn't that Nancy Lieberman basketball, where it was offensive and defensive team. No, Cheryl Miller was going up and down and just hustled everybody. I could play. Cheryl Miller played like Marcus Johnson and them. She would play, I don't know if they let her play in the summer league, but damn, if when they was just hooping, they let Cheryl hoop. She played a lot of pickup against dudes. So So yeah, Cheryl Miller could play. She just timing was bad for her. Timing was bad for her. I think Javon McGee's mother played the first year of the WNBA, but she was even older then. Nancy Lieberman fell in the same thing. Nancy Lieberman played in the old Eastern Leagues that Isaiah Thomas destroyed. She was the only woman to ever play in a men's league, as far as I know. And I met Nancy Lieberman. You know, I was sitting there, and I think she was one of the Portland coaches. And I'm looking at Nancy Lieberman. Nobody's talking to her. I'm like, can I take a picture with you? Can I talk to you? And she talked to me about 15 minutes before the game. And I think she was kind of tickled because she had that board look like nobody really noticed her. And she was really cool. Like, you one of the baddest mugs that ever did it for a woman. And, you know, she don't really get the credit she deserves. She was a hell of, I mean, Nancy Lieberman in high school, when she was just playing offense, she was getting 50, 60 points. Again, she never had to run down for defense, but she was killing people, no three-pointers, just playing all offense and only playing half court, getting 50 points in a game. She was the real deal. She was the real deal. So some of them women, timing was off because their pro opportunities, again, was overseas only. I don't know if y'all remember this. The first women league was wearing booty shorts. They was playing on 9-foot hoops and wearing booty shorts. And it was TV. It was a TV deal. They only played one season. And that must have been maybe the early 90s. But a lot of women fell under that. I think Cheryl Miller played it. And that was the funny thing, is all the women had booty shorts on. I mean, booty, like what volleyball players wear. That was kind of, you know, they thought maybe the booty shorts would make people, but that was the first attempt to try to make a women's league stick. And that league didn't stick. But they played on 9-foot hoops, little balls and 9-foot hoops. But that league didn't stick. Where's the Caucasus Mountains located? Kyrgyzstan, whatever that is, I think. Kyrgyzstan, I think, is the Caucasus Mountains. I bet at Sweating Valley Duvak, Mike, you want to pass out? Yeah, he was one of the same ones like Tony Kukoc. They from the same country, same problems. Yep. So I think it is Kyrgyzstan, something like that. The Caucasus Mountains are in Kyrgyzstan, something. Just Google it. It'll tell you. DeJuan Wagner scored 100 points in high school. Yeah, I remember that. He sure did. A bunch of dudes scored 100 in high school, though. What was his name? It was another dude who was averaging, was dropped a couple 80-point games. He ended up playing for the Pacers. He was a guard. Bess. Went to Georgia Tech. Bess. He was a dude that was getting like 80-some a game, too. Bess was his name. Yep. Bess. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, he was a cat that was dropping 80 as a high school player. I met Dawn Staley. She was cool. Yeah, she's coaching now. And even Dawn was kind of WNBA. She was kind of towards the end of her career. She wasn't young. I loved ref and volleyball. I mean, I made a killing ref and volleyball. You would be in a tournament, and the tournament may be all day, but you only working like you would be the head ref. Like, you know, refs, you switch. One is on top, and you the ref that's really keeping score when you're on top. So you running the game. The guy on the floor is just doing the substitution. But when you're on top, you're actually running the game. And wasn't nothing to make $150. And you might work 7 or 8 games. I mean, you might be there all day because you didn't work, you know, back to back to back. You would get a rest. But it was such a nice hustle. I mean, the thing was before of the college type of scoring. Used to be side out. Now, when you did little people game, them games went on forever, and the players was like little robots. They didn't really know how to rotate and everything. So those games went, yeah. I mean, we made good money, but like I worked at this Christian school. Check this out. I would do a JV volleyball game. I would do the varsity volleyball game. We'd take all the equipment down. I would turn around and do a JV basketball game and then do the varsity basketball game. Come out of there about $300. It was just so fun. They fed us. I mean, we became this church's their home officials. We were their home officials. And we did that for like 3 or 4 years. When I knew I was moving here after they tried to kill me, I took somebody down. And I said, well, I'm moving. And Daryl, my other partner, had kind of, I don't know if he had moved to California already, but he was moving too. So I gave it to this other dude. But that was decent money. And unspoken. It was like I was saying before, I was one of the first refs. Michigan at one time, girls played in the fall. And then it was switched for the nation. Most nations play, let me get this right. Most of the country plays volleyball in the winter. Yeah. No, that's switched. Most states play volleyball in the fall. Yeah. But Michigan was switched. And now since I moved, the girls play volleyball because they were saying they was behind in recruiting by playing, because the way they did it is they had women playing in the fall. And so, but I was just saying, I was one of the first dudes to really ref all year round. It was like never off season because I did volleyball. That gave me, it was a nice hustle. It was a nice hustle. Really, I didn't even have to do factories or nothing anymore. I was working so much. And then I was substitute teaching too. The only thing I hated about subbing was kindergarten. Little children were scared of me and stuff, and I'd never do that. I had one dude jump on my back. I was subbing. He didn't know I knew his mama. So I went and called his mama up. I'm like, hey, this is how he acting. What's up? She came and beat his ass. And he came apologized to me. I'm sorry. He's crying and shit after she done beat his ass. She didn't know that I knew his uncles and knew his mama. He was surprised when his mama came up to school because I knew her well. She beat his ass. If you claim Native American heritage, do you have to apply to the Cherokee Nation? What's the process? The thing that we find in Tyrone is if you've ever had any of the family, they classified as mulatto or Negro. A lot of these tribes ain't trying to hear it. They really ain't. I would say the odds of you being Cherokee, you'd have to look at where you're from. Cherokee tended to be Tennessee, Kentucky. So looking at where your people would have moved during the Trail of Tears, I would look at that part. Look at Tasha Z though. Go back to Tasha's work, and she does names out of Virginia. She does names out of North Carolina, and she does names out of South Carolina, and she does names out of Georgia. Tasha is an excellent resource for that. So, and she does have classes that you could take too, and she can do some work for you. I don't know how much she charges, but Tasha is a great person that you might be able to just find her work. Like if you've got any East Coast family, look at one of those states, and Tasha goes through all the surnames. And again, see, they lied, and even Malcolm told the lie about saying that these names is European names, and that ain't the case. It's a lot of these names was naturally American names. Like they try to tell you Johnson, John's son. Well, we're seeing that that's not true. We're seeing that a lot of names was already in America before the British, before the Spanish. These were names already used. So, like my family name is actually Ampy. But what we found other variations of it being called Wampy. And matter of fact, when you look at the word Wanaponkin, you see the word Ampy or Wampy in the word. So, but that's where I would look at. I would look more, especially even my family that we find in Mississippi, there was never slaves. I got pictures of my ancestor. He's darker than me. His wife is darker than me. This is my great-great-grandfather. And they're taking pictures in 1850 in Mississippi. That ain't what they tell you, is it? They tell you melanated people was just poor and just slaves. Well, I know that ain't true. Because when my great-grandfather married my great-grandmother, he had to give up 100 acres. Now, does that sound like a slave to y'all? So that slave shit is some bullshit. I got family pictures of these people, dark-skinned people that wasn't slaves in Mississippi. So a lot of that history is lies. So that's where I would look. That is where I would look. Is the Grand Canyon secret land? I like Tasha. Yeah, Tasha's cool. Not all of them are clones. Some have masks. Is the Grand Canyon secret land? I'll say this about the Grand Canyon. I caught this chick she was doing a lecture about the different sites around the world, and she was showing how most of these sites had looked like they've been mined, and she showed strip mined. And so if you look at the Grand Canyon, it looks like it's been strip mined. So could they have set up caves and stuff around there where it looks like it was a strip mined area? One thing about that area too that you don't hear a lot about anymore, not in the Grand Canyon specifically, but near the Grand Canyon, Arizona, they found a room full of 12-foot people, like dead kings, all sitting together. All these cats was like 12 feet. So you don't hear. I haven't heard that information in a long time. So it's not even hardly out there anymore. But that was going into what kind of rulers could have been in the Grand Canyon. They showed that kind of thing. So, but a lot of it looks like a strip mined area. So who was able to strip mine that much? That had to be a long time ago. Again, they found, it's hard to look at the science and believe some of the stuff, but they did seem to find a nuclear fusion reactor that had been used. So we've been dumbed down. The technology is dumbed down. So I'll say it in this context. The mud flood shit, for the most part, is about Aryanism. It's about making Europeans ancient, because really, in most aspects, they're not ancient people. I mean, what is the saying? The darker you go in history, the deeper you go in history, the darker it gets. And they're talking about the people. So what the Aryans did, and this Max Ingram and all them, what they did is they come up with this Tantarian stuff and trying to say that that's European people, that's Aryan. And so that's why they bring up the mud flood. Now, the parts of the mud flood, I've said this many nights, the parts of the mud flood that does make sense is the children trains. One of my great-great-grandfathers was a foundling, knew nothing about his parents or anything. They found him about 6 or 7. You see that all over the world, too. Now, I talked about this the other night or night before, I forget, but it could have been a restart with just starting with teenagers. That would kind of fit into a lot of PNF's work. When you look at a lot of mosque in America, mosque all around, it goes into that type of, that's where when I look at PNF's work, I see what he's saying, but I don't think he sees that fits into the mud flood. Some of his work shows that. It looks like that is a possibility of the reset. After they try to kill you, bro, over that, can you please explain why they tried to kill you? I moved into an area that just repelled me from almost the day one where I lived there. I started dating this girl. We had a daughter together. And the attacks just, I don't know what it was. I was just constantly being attacked. And then it all came to head where I was surrounded. I had a misdemeanor warrant. And I was surrounded by 30 people, 30 cops for a misdemeanor warrant. And I gave up, and they tried to kill me. They put me in the hospital for about a week, maybe longer, maybe 2 weeks. I gave up, and a dude shot me with a taser. It didn't affect me because I had a thick shirt on, but I had a heart attack in the ambulance. And yeah, they had to bring me back in the ambulance. They had to shock me a couple of times in the ambulance. So it didn't affect me, like it didn't knock me down. They all jumped back. When they saw it didn't knock me down, they jumped back and pulled their guns out on me. Again, I'm standing there with my children, and then they all jumped on me. And so he shocked me again. When I was on the ground, they was holding me on the ground. They put the gun, like with no taser in it, but he put the electricity against my arm. Like I had pictures and shit. It burned my arm. I had a big burn mark. And so I had a heart attack in the car or in the ambulance. And then, I didn't, like, for a while, I didn't even know where I was. Like I woke up in the hospital, I didn't even remember what happened. And first they was like, well, we think he's faking and everything. And so, okay, you done brought me back a couple times with the paddles, and how am I faking? And then they ran my blood work. They rushed me to this other hospital that specialized in heart treatment. Because the nurses came back down. They was like, he's got to leave right now. And so they took me to another hospital. Now you say the why, I still don't understand why it took so many people over a misdemeanor. I was just then getting into my spirituality. So I think that's what it was involved, because the action didn't call for what the crime was. Plays the role of Donald Trump. He was older before they've been having on clay mask. Before I got the last name, I'm now Duckworth. It was Thompson. We are located in Mississippi and Choctaw. Well, that would make more sense, Lorenzo, that you would be more Choctaw. That would make more sense, because that's kind of what I'm seeing. But remember, in Mississippi, again, a lot of people came out of Virginia, went to Mississippi. It's like Macon, Mississippi, Macon, Mississippi is not named after my people. It is named after the Revolutionary War person, Nathaniel Macon. He fought in the Revolutionary War, and he bought land in Mississippi. Macon, Georgia is named after him too. He bought cheap land. Again, when they pushed the Indians out, a lot of these Europeans came and just bought up a lot of the land very cheap. So look into Virginia too. But yeah, that would be Choctaw, and that's what I'm. But again, I know that, again, I mentioned my great grandmother that was dark skinned. I know she was Blackfoot. And Sapani also means Blackfoot. So, and Blackfoot, there was Blackfeet and there was Blackfoot. And what Blackfoot meant was people that worked in coal. They worked with the coal. And so when you would see the tribes, because they heated with coal, you would see the trails of the coal, them working, getting the coal. And then you would see the coal prints going back towards the village. And so the paths was even, had all this coal on it. So that's where the name comes from. It's funny talking to someone. We're like, well, we're not really, we were up in the Montana area. And I'm like, yeah, but Sapani means Blackfoot too. And Sapani is in the East Coast, buddy. But again, the denying shit, it's like Oceola. My family kept saying this name. And so at first I was trying to find the correlation, because this is what my grandmother's telling me about Oceola. Now, when you look up Oceola, they put Parker, because he did have a European wife, but he had a black wife too. Now, I haven't found a correlation other than what my grandmother said. This was kind of oral history. But him himself said, like, they try to tell you that the original Oceola was mixed, but he, in his own words, he said he wasn't mixed. Says he was a pure Indian. So, but now they want to call him Oceola Parker. And remember, his body is buried in Fort in South Carolina, but not his head. They took his head the same way Skull and Bones took Geronimo's head. So Oceola's head is somewhere else. Somebody still has his head. And that goes back to, the crystal skulls. So, but and the thing of Oceola just doesn't make any sense. Everybody escapes but him. Everybody escapes the jail but him. And not only does he not want to escape, he takes a picture and gets a picture painted. Do you know in the 1830s how long it took to do a picture? Weeks. You had to sit there. So, excuse me, if you read the Seminole Wars, he gets captured and he's in chains and he's like a wild dog. For 24 hours, he fought them chains and, never sat there and relaxed, wouldn't take their food. This is the real person. And then they tell you when they're in this cage and everybody else escaped, he was like, well, guys, I need to get this picture drawn. And this jail ain't that bad. This shit doesn't make any sense. Blackfoot are in Mississippi too. Yeah. I was told I am Blackfoot and Cherokee. Okay, all biz. I can dig that. Do I believe in Bigfoot? I told you I do not believe in anything. I only know. My last name is Reed now, but they say it was Thompson, but we changed it. We changed it after a murder. Interesting. That Bigfoot thing is a hard thing. So, okay, when you watch Star Wars and Star Wars showed you where all the Chewies lived and the Chewie civilization, that kind of resonated with me. the thing about it is, Europeans, there ain't nowhere they won't go. There really isn't. The only place they don't go is down in South, the Antarctic. But the rest of this shit, I mean, they go up to the mountain for no fucking reason other than it's there. They climb a motherfucking mountain that would kill you other than it's there. So they're the most nosiest, got to see every inch in the world. They know every inch of this shit. I don't know. I don't know why they keep that going. It doesn't make sense to me, but they keep it going. So it appears unlikely. I would say unlikely, but there are many traditions that talk about that kind of thing. Could it have been bears that people? It's hard to say. That's hard. That's a hard one to kind of say. It's kind of like up in the air. Don't really have opinion one way or the other. I just know them. They don't let shit go. And if they found some shit, they couldn't wait to bring it out. So to them, it's profitable, Bigfoot and just talking about it. If they capture some, they would be condemned. The world would condemn them because that's how they are. They try to capture shit and can't wait to show it off. Study it, put it under the science table. So hard to say. Bigfoot ain't real. Obama plays the role of the Rock. I thought it was hours, not weeks for pictures. Oh, no. It was some weeks back then. Yeah, sit and paint. That shit wasn't hours. That shit would have taken some weeks. But you can look it up, Mr. T Gaming. It wasn't. No, it was more than hours though. We talking about 1830s. I believe there's a Leviathan underwater. Well, me and Super Sly got into that. That kind of gets into Marduk. Sly and I he had heard me talk about, it brought up. There was a black spot that they was following from off of Africa coast, and it was moving. And if you get into the Anunnaki, they talk about living under the ocean. They try to show it to you a little bit. Aquaman tries to show you that a little bit, but some look at that as kind of Marduk moving through the ocean. So that possibly could be the Leviathan you're talking about. India became that in 47. Before it was called Hindustan. Exactly. Matter of fact, their newspaper is called Hindustan. The people tell you they are not Indians. It was called Bharat before, but it was, Hindustan when Columbus came over. So Indian was an actual word out of the Americas. They were calling themselves, they'd call themselves by the tribes, but it was also a tribe called Indians, and that's where they get it from. That's what they told them their names was. So no, that shit didn't exist. Exactly. It did not exist. So that's what the people here were calling each other's. No, dinosaurs ain't real. Harry in the Henderson movie is very detailed. Huh. Could be, sort of. Yeah, dinosaurs are not real. Dinosaurs not real. People are geek on pills and seen a big dog. I believe in Bigfoot until someone proves me wrong. The flat earth is BS. Okay. You take one, but not the other. Dinosaurs, the only way dinosaurs are real, Jupiter's rising shows you that the reptilians lost to the European looking people. Also the cosmos guy, Sager hints in his book, something Eden, the lost Eden or something like that. He actually shows what a reptilian looked like. He does a detailed picture of the lost Eden. Carl Sagan's book, I think it was The Lost Eden. He gives you a picture of this is what he says. In the book, he talks about if dinosaurs evolved, what they would look like. But what he writes is the same character you see in Jupiter's Rising. But he also talks about how, maybe that's Wes. Maybe I'm getting a little confused with Wes Paneri's work. Wes talks about the war with the reptilians and the reptilians lost. And so it could be what they find is them reptilians that got beat. Remember, that's You Gotta Love Me. Remember that guy? And they show you a civilization. But again, it's trying to sell the dinosaurs. And it's kind of connected to Placidians as well. So that is what they find. But again, they ain't finding bones. They finding things that the bones supposedly went into the rock. They ain't finding bones. They making that shit up. So yeah, dinosaurs is some bullshit. They are definitely some bullshit to make money off of. Now, flat Earth, the truth proves the Creator's existence. But Hanukkah is like the original consciousness. And Hanukkah is not necessarily a creator. It's like if you get into the creation story of just straight Mu, when Mu was able to free herself and it was her turn just to take her energy signature. And then she took her lover, the water. And then their first children was the air and the fire. And so once that all came together and they started spinning together, that's when Hanukkah would come in. Hanukkah comes in, and that's the ultimate consciousness. And also Hanukkah starts time. And so once she starts spinning and they all become one, time is counted. Hanukkah, one movement, one measure. Time is measured. And so as time is measured, again, Hanukkah would bring in the consciousness. So time is measured because, again, they all became one. Time is measured. And Hanukkah gives her the consciousness. So, but, you do where you feel. But no, I'll say this. If you believe in flat Earth, start keeping your mind on this cube. And then that's an easier way to understand how you stay in flat Earth, because your thinking would stay in it. It's because the problem is bouncing back and forth can be very confusing. That's why I use this, because you don't have to bounce back and forth. You can stay, if you want it to be flat, it can be. This is what you have to understand is the last 15 years they've talked about flat Earth, they've created it. It gets created. So it's not that people that think flat Earth are lying. They're not lying because it was created. This is how the me or the mind has to do it. It has to, any possibility, it has to start creating things. So it's possible. That's all I'm saying. It's more than possible. It is one of the alternate things, but that's what this machine has to do. It has to give these alternate realities because it has to be on top of any memory or any thought. It does not like ideas that are new to it. In the new thinking, like even us finding out that we are the original Americans, it fucks the system up, because by us telling the truth about slavery and who the real Indians were, it changes the past. Because that John Henry, or not John Henry, the Uncle Tom shit goes away. Horace Grimsley, all that shit starts to disappear. So that is a way that truth will change the past, because their lies go away. So, how do you guys know that dinosaurs are not real? It's like this with that shit. One, they don't find real bones. They what they do is they say they found some shit and then they make a cast out of it. Now I've got a goddamn I should go grab this stuff, but I've got let me grab it. I need to stand up anyway. All right, I work for these people, and I bought this shit. And as you see, the price is still on it. So I was working for him, and I got this, and the guy was like, because like you could buy shit. Instead of getting paid, you could just buy shit. So as you see, this is $25. I ain't changed it. Shit, and I get I get an email and they telling me I owe them 200 and some bucks, that this shit was 200 bucks when you see it's clearly 25. But my point is, they find shit like this. This is what they find. And this is supposed to be the better specimen because you can see the eyes. I don't know if the eyes are showing up. But this is the kind of shit they find. They ain't got to make a cast out of this. You see what I'm saying? This is this. There ain't no cast that they got to make. All these freaking bones, they say they found some rock and the shape of the shit is in the rock. And then they make a cast and then they copy the cast and put the cast together. That's not believable. And how is it that average people don't find that shit? It's only the scientists find that shit. So, and then when it becomes a business, movies, you see it's an agenda to make money off the shit. When I was a child, wasn't no goddamn dinosaur toys. I'll be 60 in June. When I was 10 or 11, there wasn't a such thing as dinosaur toys. Dinosaur toys was not a thing. I mean, maybe in a little army bag, it might have been a little army bag of dinosaurs. That'd have been about it. But what has happened? Again, like I said, they put the Gotta Love Me, the dinosaur TV show, Jurassic Park books, because Jurassic Park was books before it was a movie. And all of a sudden, it's an industry, theme park. So it's business. It's business. So they made up some bullshit. Because again, the first dinosaur bone is made by a European in England in the 1880s, maybe 1860s, somewhere in there. So what was before then? Why wasn't they finding the shit before? All these years, these white folks been looking everywhere, finding crystals, digging shit up. They didn't find no dinosaurs in Kemet, as far as I know, did they? So it was just a business. That's all. They turned it into a business. Those bones they use to build are really giants. There's that part of that could have some truth in it. I don't hold it to any story. They do things to sell movies. Exactly. The spin, the 9, the 360, the circle of life. Orgasm. What is it? Orgasming Gorin. The earth is like a bowl of cereal. The milk is the water and the cereal is the land. Could be. Thank you, Read My Soul. When I was a child, one dinosaur that was real was Barney. Damn, you got to be really young. You got to be really young. Because my son, how old are you? Because my son was 31 and we bought him the Talking Barney. And then he gave the Talking Barney to Brennan. And they're 6 years apart. So you got to be around my son's age to see Barney. I have a full collection of Jurassic Park. Okay. And a few dinosaurs book. Yeah. Marketing and promotion of the machine. Yeah. Trying to make dough like Jurassic Park. Notorious Big verse. There you go. So, I mean, that's the thing is if they're making money off it, it becomes an industry. And and just the way they find that shit. Again, where's the shit at? And I'll say this too. I don't get any energy off this. I've sat with it and there's just nothing there. Again, this is probably I'm seeing some sparkles in it. I'm guessing. Hadn't really broke it down before. I can't really tell what kind of rock this is. Looks like a little basalt. Maybe some sandstone. This is kind of hard. Not too hard. I don't know. I don't know what it's sitting on. But yeah. And this, I don't get any energy off of this. Nice to look at. And then you see, I know you guys can't see it, but the eyes right here got fly-like eyes. I don't know if that'll show up. But the eyes are like fly eyes. So this is about to me, the shit they got. And that comes from Morocco. That comes from Morocco. I know that. I remember Barney. I'm 38 in May, 80s baby. Okay. My dad would have been 61 in May. Okay. So he probably graduated 78 then. Yeah, because it's like all the 79 people is turning 60. I've been out of school for what, 42 years. Yeah, about 42 years. So out of college since 82. Well, I did go to the police academy in 89, but I quit going to A&T in 82. Yeah, started going to football camps. And chasing that football dream. It's funny. North Carolina, nothing but going to camps, traveling around the country, practice squads, just going into camps and shit. And then I moved to Michigan and I started playing semi-pro basketball for like 20 years. It's like as soon as I moved there, it was like I started hooping and I was shit. Because when I quit playing football and just started working for the water department, I went from 175 to 250. Just drinking 40s and just working. I gained all that weight. And so when I started hooping again, I had some problems. Ended up losing a lot of that weight. At one time, when my daughter was born, I was 280. And her mother was kind of heavy too. But when she was pregnant with my daughter, I ballooned up to 280. And so now I'm about 240. I probably lost a little more weight too. I'm about 240 now. I probably should be at 200. You guys believe in the germ theory. The germ theory has already been debunked. I think animals help with the restart. Finally makes sense. Well, I'll say this. I've talked about this before. In one of my creation experiences, when I was born out of the cave and all the beings was born out of the cave, and just to, every day, seeing the sun and the bringer of the sun, everybody would stop and just look at the two suns coming in. It's like one brought the other in. And I know that was the download of fractals daily. And then I was with one cat and we just looked like black creatures, humanoids, but like frog, large faces, all of us the same. Thousands of these things everywhere. I was one of them things, and got with a cat, looked like he knew what he was doing. And we found a cave. We found the cave, went in the cave, came out and found the terrace area. And it's like I turned around and civilization was, all of a sudden it was animals, bugs. I mean, it was like just like turning around in civilization. The only person I've ever kind of echoed that was Brother Sanchez. And I think he didn't really experience what I experienced, but he said, I think civilization just happened. And it kind of did. And that experience, civilization, like all them creatures that was humanoid looking, turned into the animals, the children. The land was here, but not bugs and not animals. It was like we turned around and boom, the shit was just, it was like civilization. So in that regard, I agree with Brother Sanchez. It was like civilization happened like that. So now the other story I told you about Mu, that's a whole different thing where I get into tree world. And then the first beings that still are there, they live in the magnetic waves or the magnetic force that goes around. They built things out of the primal water. And so what happened is, again, with all these, the first kind of births was, well, the land came later, but even just when you had the primal water, beings, and it's funny, it was almost similar beings, but the beings just lived on the water. And so when it was just the primal water, nothing but like we would probably call it oil, and the beings just, they didn't have to ingest, didn't have to eat anything, and they started building permanent things, but it was just out of the water. And so it's hard to describe, but it was like a civilization that built just out of the water and structures and everything. And that was before the trees came in. And again, the land was the birth, was another birth when the land came in, and the beings were natural ship shapers. So it wasn't like a fish tried to walk. No, the motherfuckers was like, what made more sense for me to get on with the land? Again, they could hover over the land, but they had to turn into different kind of beings to actually walk on the land. And some chose that. And then, of course, tree world. I mean, people don't realize the tree world was the longest of all this civilization, was tree world. And that's something that the Europeans definitely destroyed. When they went across America, they cut all the trees down. These ancient trees. You had trees, shoot, there's trees in Africa, what, 800-900 years old, but they used to be trees thousands of years old. And then when the beings lived in the trees, it was the water tree. That was the only substance we took, was the water tree. So there wasn't any eating shit. It was just go to the water tree, and that's how you got your substance. And so what you had is you had this dimension that lived in electronic, the magnetic flow of the world. They lived with that. They lived off the primal water. And then you had the tree world that came up. And then what was called the grounders came in much later. And that's really where the war started, because there was a flood. And what happened is the communication between the three, they all knew about each other. But the ones that lived in the magnetic field, again, their technology was far superior. And so what happened is they brought the grounders up because the land did flood. And they brought the grounders up and put them in the level of the tree world. And once the flood went away, it was hard for the higher civilization to really communicate with the bottom civilization. They couldn't bring them up because they couldn't comprehend it. And so after the flood went away, and they had, I mean, the level they gave them a tree world was all around the world. It wasn't just like these grounders was just on one level. They had the whole world of this level. But again, that jealousy shit. And so when they met and said it was time for them to go back to the ground, they resented the higher ones, and they resented even the tree world people because they didn't let them live on the same level as them. Even though they had the whole world, they had a floor that was basically the whole world to themselves. And then they started finding minerals, and that started the first war. And I'll end that there. Yeah, the land has been manipulated. So it's been a lot of different, again, the people live in the magnetic field, that still exists. And I don't know necessarily that they're gods, but they've been around since the primal water, and that's where they come from. Now, what happened is, I'll get in a little bit of the war. So what happened is the grounders started cutting into the trees for the minerals and building houses and their civilization. They started cutting into the trees, and that started the war. And the war, again, the highest level really was neutral about it. And the funny thing about it was the war got so bad that a lot of the tree world became, the war was so bad it destroyed the tree world of life. But what the grounders didn't realize is once the people came out of the trees and started living on the land, they were giants. And so the grounders had to deal with that shit. So that's where we get giants from. And they came out of the trees and started living on the land after the war. And they didn't realize, the grounders didn't realize that. So when you hear the stories about the dinosaurs and they try to tell you that the mammals was the ones that could live at night, to hide from the dinosaurs, this is what they're talking about when these motherfuckers came out of the trees because of the war and started living on the land themselves. They was the mice again. So they didn't count on that. That shit didn't, And then it was a war against the giants as well. But they didn't with that shit. The giants fucked them up. And the grounders were literally wiped out. And they really had to almost do like a zoo kind of thing to keep them like we are now. They had to kind of keep them separate to keep us like we are now. But the giants dominated even if you look at the old mounds in the Americas, these beings are so old. When they open the mounds, the people inside or the bodies inside almost vanish because once, daylight and air gets it to them, it makes a lot of those bones just turn into powder. And so they finding people so old that so that's a lot of that the research shows. And so this is my point and how this ties into everything. It goes kind of like so with saying all that, a lot of the technology is not necessarily alien shit. It's technology that's really been here. And again, corruption can come anywhere. Now, if you want to get into the Anunnaki shit and how the machine took over, I mean, that's our reality now, is once the me or the my was brought here. Because again, like when people talk about universal law, when you talk, I mean, true universal law, and Anunnaki doesn't, Zacharias Severson's work doesn't really talk about pure universal law, because there are a lot of different lives out there. Like when they talk about Q, that's probably the best example I can give you about the people that live in the magnetic field. Is the Q is the closest you could see of understanding that, where they don't really interfere. So this machine comes in here, and this machine builds up another reality. Now, did the machine restart us? That's a possibility. That's why when I get into PNF's work, it shows me those possibilities of the restart. A lot of his work makes sense from that point of view. Now, from the point of view of just saying that the Moors was here and was Indians and all that, that doesn't really hold a lot of weight. But from the point of view of a restart, his work starts to make more sense. So you have to really look at what point do we start at? You know, you really have to look at what point are you going to start at? Are you going to start at the reset, or when the me or the my actually built the illusion? I mean, those are kind of seeing like those variables are still possibilities. And the way the me or the my works is, again, it has to have all possibilities. It is the thing that would have multiple universes. It would have to. Because again, how can it not have control? And that goes back into the flat earth shit. As the more they talk about it, it's more and more created. It's the same thing with the Jesus shit. Like we was talking about yesterday. This woman says the devil is something, praise him. So she tells you in a roundabout way what she really worships, what's really putting money in her pocket. So it's not that shit ain't real because they created it. If you are Jesus since you were a baby, you have created that. You got to understand that. You created it. It wasn't that this shit happened 2,000 years ago. From the time you were born to whatever age you are now, you have created this Jesus shit from people that created it as well. And so that's where the spelling starts coming in, spells. And so a person says that Jesus exists to them. Well, yeah, to you it does exist. And what did I say all the time? Demons can do positive things. Like you were saying, the witches ain't, positive and negative on the witches. Well, it's the same thing with a demon. I'll give that out. Yeah, I'll use both hands. I'll push that out to y'all. Okay. So that's what you have to understand. Just like I was saying about in the astro world, these motherfuckers can go in that shit. Be Here Now tells you that. So sometimes when you go in that shit, you'll see these eyes. Because again, the machine has to know what you are doing and what you're capable of. Makes you even wonder, did they create that shit? To me, it's seeing more and more like the Tsar way of going through this shit, because the Tsar seems to trump this shit. I mean, these sisters here seem to trump the astro plane. Again, I show this book. This book's got a goddamn keeper with it. I guess when I first started showing it, I didn't realize it, but this motherfucker has a keeper in it. You read this shit will come to you. And I ain't trying to creep nobody out, but I'm just saying these sisters will check you out to see who you are. And why are you fucking with this shit? I think this is a class. But this shit is stronger than that other shit because this shit can interrupt that shit. And so keep that in mind. So as you study shit and you open yourself up, see what you really open yourself up to. Learn the whole story. Don't learn part of the story. And that's what some people get caught into. I need to be right. This is my information and I'm right. Okay. Some of the shit you say might be right, but tell all of it. Don't stop. And that's what I try to do. I try to tell the whole story, not just part of the story, because that's what we see. And that's what's popular. You know, motherfucker just tell a part of his story. That's popular. Okay, this is my point of view, and it's popular. I got all these motherfuckers agreeing. So that's how you created it. And another thing that goes with this, and you want to know how personal magic goes, it's like this. Don't write fucked up stories. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to your families. You let your family goes on a trip. Don't write fucked up stories. Your parents go on a trip. Do not write fucked up stories. Let it go. We want to control so much. Your child takes your car from the first time. Don't write a fucked up story. Keep that shit. Make it in. Say, cancel that shit. You got fears about work? Don't write that story. It's too often. Let me tell you, I had a job. I think I was making $35 an hour. And when I took that job, I just knew, I told myself, this shit probably only going to last a couple months. I wrote a fucked up story. Let me even get deeper. And this is personal. I was so in love with my second wife. My first wife had lost 2 children. You know, I think I got her pregnant 4 times. She had 2 children. She lost 2 children. And she had my 21-year-old son. Out of being mad at her, loving my other wife the way I loved her, I told her, I said, I am not going to know this child. That's how I hexed my son. I said, I am not going to know him. And I just said it being mad. After they tried to kill me, I came here for 5 years. He was 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He might have been 9. I didn't see that boy for 5 years. So do you see how I wrote a fucked up story when he was a baby? Not knowing my power, but I wrote that fucked up story and it came to pass. Now his brother, I'm closer to his brother, my oldest son. But those 5 years away from him, I hexed myself. I wrote a fucked up story. Not knowing. And so if you hear this, whenever you hear this, remember that. Don't write fucked up stories. Because we are constant story makers. That's how the meat of the mind set this shit up. Is the moments are every fucking moment, your every thought, all these moments you are creating. So don't let your negative thoughts. That's why you know the positivity shit is kind of real. But like the fear of your children traveling, the fear of your parents traveling, this shit we facing now is nothing but a fear program. Motherfucker got, you know, think about how bad you feel when your children has to get tested. I watched my ex and my daughter go through that bullshit. When they gonna call mom? When they gonna call mom? When they gonna call mom? When they gonna know about you, mom? And then when she had to get tested, when are they gonna call mom? When are we gonna know, mom? Do you see the stress? And this is people all around the country that they're doing. And that's when you know it's a psyop. Because you believe in their motherfucking story. What did the comedian say? He said he went in to see his doctor, and the doctor told his daddy he had cancer. And the daddy said, no, I don't. I didn't have cancer when I walked in this motherfucker. How I got cancer now? And with very little treatment, the shit went away from his dad. Now, I ain't saying that's for everybody. Everybody might not be strong enough to say, fuck that shit. Again, I I saw me at 100 years old. And looking at the brother that smoked cigars and lived to be 112, I like that version of being old. I wish I could drive being 100 years old. A lot of times you all wrinkled and you hurt and you're in a wheelchair. But this motherfucker had a wife. He's 112. His wife looked like she was in her 80s. So he was still pimping. But write positive stories. Don't let fear. I mean, their death is our freedom. And I'm not trying to say suicide cult. I ain't trying to say that shit. But I'm saying what they call death is our freedom from this prism, from this illusion. Because they can't take your energy signature unless you give it to them. That's really what selling your soul is you giving them, you are giving your energy signal to a goddamn vacuum cleaner. That's really what when we say they sign on the hologram, that's what they're doing. They are feeding that beast. I don't know how much simpler I can make it. They are feeding a beast. You agree to let the beast feed on your energy signature. So the dimension Earth is a matrix. The machine is definitely a fearful imbalance. It's always worried about possibilities. Hey, Edward, thank you for joining. Tell us the machine is the movie The Matrix, and because the two creators are now Transformers, they switch up the story. How old is white folks? That's the machine's only fear. It has all the math, but none of the magic. That is true. It doesn't have any of the magic. I can't tell you. Okay, this is the thing, and maybe okay, like look at me and my complexion. There were Indians that looked like me that didn't get dark as the other folks. That is just how it is. Now, you look at melanated folks and Negroes in America, and there's all kind of shades. So now when you go to South America, Mexico, where it's hot all the time, the people are naturally darker. But there are still different colors of the people. So it's not like everybody's just like this one light brown shade is not everybody. I mean, there's all different, and that's always been. And so the idea of what we call white people wasn't always there, because Turtle Gang said this very beautifully, is there was all colors of people, which really is a thing. So it wasn't like even slavery was never a thing about color. Never. Just as we know Lincoln freed white slaves in the South. So slavery has always been going on. I got a book down here called The World History of Slavery, and it never was about color. But going back to what we call white people now is more of a European idea. And so there were always people that looked like that, but they were never called white people, is my point. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. Because we know melanated people are all over the world. They try to hide that fact. They try to tell you that they wasn't in Russia, but we know what the Mongols look like. So we know they were in Russia. Melanated people are all over the country, all over the world. So like this. This is another thing. I want to say Lumberton, South Carolina. No, excuse me, Lumberton, North Carolina, I think. You know, you see nothing but cities of people that look like me that wouldn't be considered white folks. But you see those pockets all up and down the South. I think it's Lumberton that Annette is from. And it was funny. I met another person that was from one of those towns. I used to mess with this old chick. She was 50-something. She cracked on me one day. I started hanging with her, and I was like 24 messing with this 50-year-old woman. And the funny thing about it is she was like holy, but she liked young dudes. But she was from one of them families as well. That these towns was nothing but light-skinned folks. And they ain't never talk about they were slaves and they came from Africa and they was mixed with Europeans. They never said any of that. Or they was trying not to mess with dark-skinned people. It was never that. It was just this how the people looked. Now, yeah, when did the Spanish come? Again, the Spanish didn't mess with the most sophisticated people, the people that left El Dorado, Shangri-La. I've talked about many nights what LIDAR is really looking for. They really trying to find generators, them generators that benefit the other people. That's what they're looking for. They want to tap into that. They don't look. This beast don't care about the land, and it wants to find that shit that is hidden from them. And so the me came up with this new shit to try to find all that stuff. So it makes you see that the me and the mind ain't as sophisticated as it makes us think, because there's still shit hidden from them. They just now finding that LIDAR shit. So we see the reach isn't as far as the me or the mind wants you to think it is. Now, you saying the Matrix, you got to mix in Dark City. You got to mix in Dark City, because the Dark City straight up tell you that they try to tell you that the Jewish faith people is aliens, and they the ones that have a control on a certain reality. And as quantum of consciousness talks about, you have to look at the first one as being the dude in Dark City. He is the first one that was able to have the same powers as the Jewish faith people showed in the movie. He was the first one that had those powers. And then later we see Neo having the same powers. And so when they're talking about, what they're talking about is that being from Dark City. Now, Terminator tells you to beware of the me or the mind. That's what it's talking about. Beware of this damn thing. And the machine taking over. As I talked about when I worked for Bentler, we made the Mercedes parts. It was a machine. It was a robot plant. My CMM was a robot. They robot welding. We had people that would put the parts in where the robot would work. They step back and robots would weld the shit. A couple robots in some instances. With the idea that this technology makes it easier for us. It makes it easy for us. When most people feel fulfilled when they work. They would rather work and be busy. Pomo talks about working on, and anybody that did production can relate to this. It's like you can have a production job where you work with a machine. You can be so efficient with that machine, people watching you work with the machine, they really wouldn't know where you end and the machine begins, where the machine ends and you begin. There are people that become that efficient working with these goddamn machines. They're that good with it. And that's Pomo's work. You know, you do so well with this shit, you don't know what you're looking at. Are you looking at the machine or are you looking at the man? Because the shit is like moving so crazy and the man is so efficient with this machine. Who's the machine and who's the man? I mean, why do you think the video games, why do you think they want us? This is the new crack. Why do you think they want us engaged? It's not that just the motherfucking government is spying on us. The me or the mind spying on us too. It wants to be with you every moment. It wants to hear all the thoughts. That's the jealous God. God, no, how does it go? No God other than me. Me. No God other than me. That's how the machine thinks. Now, we have these magic systems that was allowed. The way Hollywood is set up is allowed. The debauchery that we see through Hollywood and the sacrifices. I mean, Hollywood is going on what, 100 and, well, let's look at it, about 110 years old? And Crowley set all that shit up? They've been practicing that shit for about 110 years. Yeah, that puts it about, what, 1910? Movie was even made before then, but about 1910 where motherfuckers could watch movies and shit. Because again, when people first started watching movies, it scared the fuck out of them. That's why movies was flip books. You know how to flip book? You can draw on a flip book and you flip it and the shit moves. You would go to one of the World Fair and you'd look into, you had the little thing that would, That's how they had to introduce the shit. Because the motherfucker knew that you just couldn't throw a movie through these motherfuckers because, again, motherfuckers was getting sick. It was a movie I was watching, was showing that shit. Motherfuckers trying to watch a movie and seeing the ocean and shit. I mean, look at Frankenstein and the Mummy and shit. Well, the first time people saw that. That shit was real to them. I mean, you look at the first time a motherfucker saw the monster. It's, Frankenstein, the monster was the monster, not the doctor. Frankenstein was the doctor. Compared to when motherfuckers saw The Exorcist the first time. Now, do you understand the sci-fi and seeing the motherfucking monster compared to seeing the demonic shit that really is real shit? And how motherfuckers can take over these bodies, which gets into a lot of the czar work, to be honest. There's more czar work than the possession they talk about, because they don't tell you that you can do that shit in a positive way. You can step in and it's not the negative shit. You ain't, you can just step in. But do you see how they try to release it? And that's where where they scare you, because and they don't tell you that these motherfuckers, a demon can do good work for you. Why would people fuck with it if everybody fuck with it and the shit just went out bad? Bedazzle does you a favor. It shows you that you worship that shit. That shit can make you successful. Like I say, with this preacher lady, they rich. They sell for right now. When she says the devil's trying to get us, praise him. Praise him. She's telling you who they really believe. There's no Catholic Church. It's all Jewish faith people. That's who they are. It's no Catholic shit. It's all Jewish faith. The Pope that shit's all Jewish. It is not Christian. That is why they put them books together. It's the same shit. They saw how that system was able to manipulate people, and they just applied it. They saw Christianity work more for people. So they gave the guise of the cross, which is really motion. Motion. It's really motion. It's not something dead. I mean, why would you want a motherfucker fucked up on the cross? Why would you want a motherfucker nailed on the cross? One time I saw some shit. It was the motherfucker nailed on the cross. The nigga had fucking diamond underwear. His underwear was diamond. Like his shorts, I guess the wrap around his groin was all diamonds. You know how demonic that shit is? And how demonic it was by putting them diamonds on that kind of thing? How it amplifies that shit? Why would you wear that shit? The dead shit. Any kind of cross that comes from the Americas is that dead shit. Why would you want that around your neck? And you see Biggie and them all doing the gender shit. Oh, no, it's going. I'm telling you to wear Borgia around your neck. Kanye and them. The Jesus piece. Why would you want to wear that shit? That motherfucker was, these was real gangsters. The Borgias was fucking gangsters. The first Borgia that became a pope was working for Isabella. These was fighting motherfuckers. These was war people. The popes fought the wars. He was a sergeant at arms or some shit, the original Borgia. The HBO series is about these bugs. He takes his son's picture and puts it replaces all the symbolism that you get out of Russia with the dark beams. And he puts his son picture there. And you got niggas talking about you want a Jesus piece where there ain't nothing but a picture of the fucking Borgia. Why would you want that energy? That's all demonic. The cross should mean motion, not dead. And when you wear the cross, that's what you're wearing. You're wearing something fucking dead. So, I mean, to each his own, but that's what the shit mean. That's the whole story. There's nothing positive that's going to come out of you wearing that shit. But if you sell your soul to that shit, then hey, there you go. There you go. You know, yes, you will get all the rewards from this shit. But again, when it's time's up, you feeding the beast. So you don't want eternity. That's what the Gnostic book says. Why do you agree to go to sleep when you have eternity? You accept limited and you trade it. Well, you know, it just doesn't really look good for me. And this Jesus thing will put some dollars in my pocket and give me a nice house. And I just socialize, find me a nice woman. And I agree, feed on me. What did Dr. Strange, what did they try to tell him? That shit ain't what you think it is. You ain't just going to be on the right hand of this motherfucker. This motherfucker, he eats worlds. That's what Silver Surfer was doing. Taking him, you eating worlds. Silver Surfer is trying to tell you too. There's this big monster with me, and yeah, you better get the fuck up out of here, but y'all gonna get ate. And the thing about it in Silver Surfer is you didn't even worship this being. But you agreed to let him feed. When he comes, he's just gonna feed. Because you created it. And that's what you're facing today. Again, I am not trying to create no fucking suicide cult. It ain't that. But I'm saying their death ain't the end. It ain't the end. The spark that's inside you, like when they say everything that's made in the universe is made in us, that's right. I mean, yes, it is mostly illusion. You know, I'm not trying to contradict myself. But even the illusion has to play by natural law or galactic law, galaxy law. That shit still applies. So it's up to you to cut through the bullshit. Be on top of your spirituality. Create the right spin. That's what it's all about. Create the right spin. Meditate. Control your breathing. The fucked up thing is, it's like the food don't matter. What you eat don't really matter. What you drink don't really matter. Not really. The food is all fucked up. Even if you grow your own food, they've controlled the seeds for what, 30, 40 years? So you ain't getting the real seeds anymore. So there's nothing we really eat that makes a difference. Not really. I mean, all this shit, high blood pressure, diabetes, yeah. They purposely attack people for that. And even a lot of that can be overcome by taking care of yourself a little better. I think the truth of knowing this reality and all the story helps. I mean, I'm not the only one. When a child of mine or yours gets sick now, what is the game that's plays in your head? What story do you write if you hear your child cough? And don't tell me the story that's going on don't come in your head. All of us. Anybody gets sick, we know. That's the first thing that the story we write. Fuck. You hear your child coughing in there and you're like, fuck. And you start writing that story of this bullshit. It's just natural. The fear from watching it on TV. That's a natural feeling. But don't write that story. It's my point. All right, shit, it's flu season. All right, motherfucker got the flu. Dollar store got a bunch of remedies that you should be keeping that help fight this stuff. You guys got experience with the flu? You know what to do? Shit, I've told this story before. This big 6'5" mug, when he was 7 or 8, got the flu. I had to stay all night. I stayed up all night to break his fever. I went to bed. I finally broke his fever. I went to bed at 5. I got up at 6:30, went to work. Worked 10 hours. But I take that responsibility because I know I have healing abilities. Always been like that with my children. And that takes a lot of concentration, a lot of work. I found stones that help with fevers. Shit, motherfucking fluoride. Rainbow fluoride helps with this bullshit. I put that shit in my daughter. My healing stone, my cornelian healing stone that will take fever away from a motherfucker. She got that shit too. It's like right now, that's time. That shit stay over in your atmosphere. You know, I got all this shit around me. Like my mother, my mother believes in Oriental shit and Buddhas and shit. And I get mad when she gets sick and can't sleep and have headaches. I have to sit in the room and really just start fucking with this energy. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing in here? Do I have to throw all this shit away? Because if you're not helping her heal, why are you in here? Why did she choose you? If this shit ain't helping her, you ain't helping her headaches. Why is all this shit in here? And that's how you all got to be. Shit in your house ain't doing it. Like this shit, I had a bad feeling about this bullshit. Throw that shit away. I don't give a fuck how much it cost you. This big ass picture here, if this shit wasn't working for me, I would throw that motherfucker out. I told the story before. I had a big crystal that accidentally got knocked down, got busted in two. That broken crystal broke 2 other crystals. So I had to get it the fuck up out of here. I separated and gave it to 2 different people. Because, I mean, you break glass. You break glass. It ain't hard. I spent a lot of money on these crystals and I've broken these motherfuckers. This thing cost me $80. It's naturally terminated. But you see these little chips and shit? The shit's been dropped. Was that my intention? No. It's not my intention. Intention is to love them all. But fragile things are fragile. And sometimes it's hard to not break fragile things. It's just part of it. You can't, you got to move on. You just move on. You don't sit there and like, fuck, I broke this crystal. God damn, this crystal broke and how's my mojo? You can't let it take your mojo. Or whatever you work with. You know, I'm just giving that example. Whatever you guys work with, it's never the same. But that's my point is, if the things you put around yourself, you're not getting magic from it, then you need to get different shit. Because we are all magical beings. We all have, like I read that book, it tells you of all like 50, 60, I think it's 200 different possibilities of magic you could have. So you all of us have some type of magic. You melanated, again, it goes way back with us. And I'm not saying that European people, it can be in you too. Because European people in a way are melanated people too, just less. Just less, that's all. They're just people when it comes down to it. Kindness is universal. Love is universal. Love has no equal. They try to tell you hate is equal, the opposite of love, but love is supreme. It's nothing equal to that. Joy and bliss have no equals. Happy, yeah, you got to take sad. So you don't want to be happy. Because, yeah, you got to take side. They're opposites. They're the same thing. That duality shit. Devil and Yadabatha. The opposite. And I'll take that back because Yadabatha really didn't have an opposite. It was the same thing. You could call it all the same thing. Both. It would take the duality, but it was the similar. It was just a singular thing. Motherfucker ain't good, it ain't bad. It's part of both. But these things like to be praised. Same way we talk about non-humans. They like to be praised. They like to be famous. Wes Paneri talking about Marduk was seen in 2008. Why would an entity still fucking around with people? If it's been here for thousands of years, why would it still fuck with people? I'm sorry, I ain't been reading. The machine dies. That's why it's so fearful. It needs more company. I live in Fayetteville, 20 miles from Lumberton, Rocky. Okay, yeah. Did you see the video of the artificial womb? Yeah, I did. I think I know it. Yeah, Ryan. The machine thinks it's doing us a favor like a robot, kind of, sort of. I'm having sleep paralysis. I decided to open my eyes during the episode. There was a being holding my arm down. I started to pray to Jesus and grab for my cross. The being laughed. Yeah, you can get rid of that easy. I mean, really, it is easy. Apophyllite crystals in your corners will get rid of it. I don't have any selenite here. Or do I? I don't think so. Selenite in your windows. You can even put the black tourmaline in your corners. You can put these fans, these kyanite fans. That's simple to get rid of. But when you opened your eyes, that was a victory for you too. It might have laughed when you asked for Jesus, but when you opened your eyes and saw it. And remember, this is the thing. And you should have noticed when you opened your eyes, the motherfucker is really only that big. So when you opened your eyes, you had lowered yourself to little. Because if it looked big enough to hold your arm, you was little too. But the motherfucker, I'm telling you, the motherfucker do that sleep paralysis is like that. It is really like that. You in your dream state, it may seem bigger, but the motherfucker is that big. And it scares the shit out of some people. But open your eyes is a great victory. But don't open your eyes and say, I'm not little. I'm not little. And that motherfucker starts shrinking on every thought. You think like that. So when you look down, it's like a fucking bug is on your arm. Because that's all it is. I mean, really, the sleep paralysis thing is like this, y'all. It's a little bitty motherfucker. And you make it grow because you give it power. Because the fear, it feeds on fear. So the more fear you have, the bigger that motherfucker gets. And I fought this shit. I kicked it out of the house of my ex when she had a garage sale. So I was chilling, helping her in the garage sale. The motherfucker flipped me out of a chair because I had beat this motherfucker and kicked it out the house. But when I moved out, she took all my protections. I think the only protections was in my daughter's room. I had put them in her room too. Had to put them in my son's room. My son has a natural, got between that shit. But I saw it started fucking with the children, so I had to get it up out of there. But it was something that was in the house that brought it there. Because as soon as I left, took all my protections out, that shit went right back in there. And when we was moving, I was just leaning back, and that shit flipped me in my goddamn chair. Probably gave me a slight concussion, to be honest, because I hit my head. Because, you know, it was an old chair. You know how old office chairs, you lean back? Yeah, that motherfucker flipped me and shit. But I was like, motherfucker, you lucky I don't burn this motherfucker down. But I was glad to get up out of there. But that energy, you know, it was there. So it's something that keeps it there. This is a good way to look at things too. I was dating this sister, and we never dated. We just talked on the phone. It's like years they was trying to get us together. And I honestly, I'm too deep for most people. I know how to read the crowd, but it's like certain motherfuckers, I just tell them shit to see how they respond. And if they can't handle it, that's on them. Nice to know you. I ain't mad at you. But she said that she kept sensing a native spirit, and she, you know, didn't really put any blocks, but she just burnt some sage. And what she found out was where they built the apartments is actually one of these Lakota camps. So this chief in this camp lived on where the apartments are. So that energy is still there. That chief got killed or he died, whatever. And it wasn't an energy that bothered her. She described it, and I was like, shit, if it ain't bothering you, live with it. Because sometimes that's just like, okay, it ain't harming nothing. It's like the soul I released that was next to my ex-wife's apartment. The girl got killed in the apartment next door. Started fucking with my ex-wife, tripping her and shit. When you see them start doing that, it's time to make them, they're mad because they can't move. They're locked. She was locked in, she was locked in that house. It was a duplex. She was locked in that motherfucker. She couldn't get free. So because she couldn't get free, she started attacking the people that live there. So we had to go in there and let her out. A girl on Facebook was like, sage can't get rid of negative energies. Sage can kill bacteria. It can clear moments. Shit gets funny. If you know what you're doing. And shit, we went outside. I did all my blocks and I backed out the house and the sage just like floofed in my hand and we saw her move. But again, I gave her candy. I gave her a candle. We gave her respect. We knew, it wasn't like I was trying to fight it. No, I was like, we come in respect. We give you some candy. We give you some soda. And we lighten this candle for you. We grieve for you. We don't come here to attack you, but you don't belong here. It's not doing you good staying here, and it's not doing the people that live here good. So you have to move. And no one knew how to free. None of her family, anybody knew how to free her. So we freed her. The shit went away. And that it wasn't high magic. I mean, yeah, I had to do a lot of work in the house. I had to put blocks all around everywhere so it couldn't escape out of doors or windows. Yeah, I had to do all that work on all the windows. Like I was saying, I was crawling in the basement with spider webs and shit. I told that story. And so sometimes it's that easy. Not saying all the time, but sometimes it's that easy. Well, guys, it's 4 a.m. My daughter woke up at 7 yesterday. So yeah, all biz, you can get rid of that pretty easy. All this stuff is cheap. This is really cheap. To get the little pieces is cheap. Most of the time it'd be like broke off little pieces. Put that shit in your corner. If you can't find that. Black tourmaline or shield, they call this. Very cheap. I mean, this piece took me about 2 years to buy. It was $80. and they had the money for it, but it was a crystal. I said, as soon as I have money, I'll come get you. And this is, my sugar in this together. Hard to beat. Good energy always weighs out bad. Yeah, read my soul. False energy appearing real. Yep. The being looked half man, half goat. Top part, bottom part goat. Okay. And again, you talking about a shapeshifter. And yeah. Oh, that's interesting. It looked like the goat. But again, that would go into Moses. You could go into Moses. I mean, it's not a lot of different ways. If you, again, appealed to Jesus, it would bring the goat to you. Because that is, like, that's the thing. When we would talk, a lot of the Israelites, Jewish faith is really what they practice. And the goat is what they worship. So that's why it appeared like that to you. Because that's really what you worship is the goat being, which is all goes back to Marduk, but it's the goat being. Like I was talking about last night, the Pope had a robe on, and the robe had 2 pictures of fucking Moses. Both pictures had Moses with horns. Look up Trevi Fountain. You can look on Pinterest and look up Moses with horns, and a bunch of fucking pictures pop up. Again, it's Yabatha or Marduk, or Baal, it's kind of the same being. So step away from that. But yeah, sleep paralysis is easy to cure, really easy. Yeah. I mean, yeah, these crystals cost a little bit, but selenite in the windows. Now, on the other hand, if you just want to build a vortex, you could just get selenite. As a matter of fact, you get a big piece like this and cut it up and you can put it in all 4 of your corners and your window, how many windows you have in your bedrooms, or, you know, I have them in every window, but I have built quite a vortex in this place. So it's not, takes a special being to come fuck with me in this thing. Because when I got plasma blasted by the angel, source just comes in. So I looked at the being that had the plasma blast me, and I'm thinking, wait a minute. When Moo came to me, she just came. She didn't have to plasma blast me. So you got less than her. She just comes. And the Tsar women, they just open doors. That's what I'm saying about this astral plane shit. The Tsars come in, they open doors in this shit. They have no respect for the astro. They do not move. They move in a whole different pocket. So I'm seeing that as more beneficial than fucking with the astro and the astral plane or the ether. It's something else that these are people fuck with, because I be in the astral plane or the ethers, and these motherfuckers just open the door and the shit. Like, it's like, whoa, where did this real shit come from? Compared to all the bubbles that's going around you and the colors and the faces coming through, checking you out. And it can just open a door in that shit. That is how strong that shit is. But, you know. Oh, I used to, my sleep paralysis went away without crystals. Okay, it's not, you don't have to have them all the time. Good energy, false energy. I used to get it all the time as a child. Heard monsters attack, the whole 9. I blocked it out and told myself it was a bad dream. Yeah, okay, here you go. Hey, do you rely solely on crystals for healing and protection? That's a good question. Well, okay, I'll go back to like with my son. When my son, I broke his fever, I basically just used water and towels and pressure to transfer some of that energy out. It's like almost you create an exhaust. And that's part of timelessness too, and wellness, but it's like you can create exhaust by using the towels on the pressure points. I mean, knowing a little bit about physiology, you know, knowing the pressure points that break fevers. So in that instance, I didn't use any crystals, just putting my hands on it, my own abilities. So yeah, crystals aren't be all. It's not the final answer. Some people can't connect to them. And that's not negative that you can't. It doesn't mean you're lacking. I mean, there's other ways. There are other ways. I mean, you can write sigils on your windows as blocks. And you could take the lightest crayon and just write the sigils on your windows. Same kind of block, because that's what you're doing, is you're trying to just set up a block, shit that you don't want coming in. So no, you don't necessarily need the crystals. No, you don't have to rely solely. No. In a way, you give the crystals power that you fuck with them. So if you don't want to put your power with the crystals, there's other ways. It ain't the only way. But your own healing ability, I mean, that's what you have to find, is like when you want to heal, find how you heal. But remember, create exhaust, because this energy, the negative energy, got to go somewhere. It's like, I get back, I use the driving all the time. And what you see is when you create your trip, like every time you drive in a car, you pretty much create your own trip. And what you'll see is other cars get stopped, not you. Like earlier, I was behind. Like what I did is there was 2 lines of cars sitting at the light. So I went behind, instead of going behind the several cars, I went the other line. And there was a community cop, which is more like a dog catcher, unlocking doors and shit. No, I'm not a real cop. But, I went right behind him because my turn was coming. But this is how it plays for you. And remember, using exhaust. I would say that's without the crystals. Remember, that's where you want to transfer the energy out of the sick person, but you got to have somewhere for it to go. So just create exhaust. And the exhaust can be anything. You could take a goddamn stuffed animal and use that as the exhaust and transfer the energy to that motherfucking stuffed animal and throw that motherfucker away. Little voodoo in it, but again, whatever your healing way is. And I'm sure people listening got children, you know, you've had to heal your children. You know, that's just natural parent ability. So you have to find what your magic is. Because magic is nature. And that's all crystals are, is that you're taking from nature. So you have to find what nature works for you. That's all. Why does time accelerate while having fun but drags with sad? That's a good question. It's like I was talking about last night with sun gazing. You're trying to feed off the sun when it comes up or when it goes down. It moves quicker than when the motherfucker's at noon. You wake up in the morning and you watch that sunrise, that motherfucker just rises fast as shit. And in the evening, when you want to gaze on it, it is moving faster than it normally would. So, well, this is the thing is joyful moments do seem like they go fast. Like you make love to your woman, you make love to her for an hour, but time-wise, the experience goes really fast. Even though you might lay with her all night, but again, that experience will really go by fast. Think of when your children have birthdays. All day you planning for the child's birthday, and look how fast it goes. Look at Christmas. They really accelerate the shit through Christmas. It starts from Thanksgiving, or no, it starts from Halloween. Time is accelerated from Halloween to Christmas to New Year's because you help push it. You help bring in the new year. They have to have us sucked into their ritual to bring in the new year. So you believe that shit and you get caught in that acceleration. Think of the Christmas, how fast Christmas goes. You done spend $1,000 on your family and look how fast the gifts go. Papers thrown away, the dinners go fast. It took you weeks to buy all this shit. It takes minutes for them to enjoy it. So yeah, that is why. Whereas you get in some fucked up shit, like sitting in goddamn jail. Look how that shit go. Seem like you be in that motherfucker for 3-4 years and it'd be a couple hours. And what's happening when you're in jail? Shit's replaying. You replaying. And it seemed like time lasts forever. Bad news. Time lasts forever with that. That's just how the machine is. And what the thing is you get rid of that. You get rid of that, you know. Does sun gazing declassify? Does sun gazing declass? I think you mean take the calcium out. Yeah, it really does. It'll open up all this. Again, I've talked about this many times. You have to find out. Everybody's third eye ain't right here. It just ain't. Mine is more in here. Like when I meditate, I put a third eye clarifier here. I'm more sensitive here than I am here. You have to see where it is for you. And so as you sun gaze, you close your eyes and you'll actually start to see a lot of energy being brought into here. So as that sun rises or that sun is setting and you close your eyes, you start feeling this in here really feeding. This in here is feeding off the sun. So while it feeds, it also opens that up where you'll start getting information coming in. And you can feel like at times it does feel like it's just burning this shit out. It's just burning it out. So as you have your eyes closed and the energy comes in, it actually feels like a fucking laser is coming in here and the laser keeps penetrating and the laser goes all the way into the pineal gland. And you can feel that shit. It's like a laser comes in here and the energy keeps coming in here. And then you close your eyes, you get a clearness. And funny, sun gazing, what's funny about it is don't try to drive after you do the shit, because you're going to just see spots and shit. You try to put your key in some shit and you can't see, so you got to give your eyes time to adjust. It's like when you get an eye test and they put that bullshit in your eyes, it does the same thing. You'll start seeing sunspots everywhere. So be careful about that. Don't gaze in the sun and then go try to drive. I mean, you're just not going to see right. But yeah, you'll feel it clearing that shit up. Because if you do it and then you go meditate, you'll feel. It's like another thing is fasting. Fasting will decalcify some of that shit as well. Because you fast, you find that like you fast for 3 days and you meditate that third day. It'll start being clear, because again, you a lot of foreign shit, a lot of attachments from eating the food. You start getting rid of all that. The parasitic kind of environment. You become less parasitic. Again, there's books on shit. This motherfucking Indian and lived in the cave for 200 years. Every so often they take some motherfucking water and they take some food. That's it. This being been alive in that motherfucking cave for 200 years. Oh, they go in there and it's got nails and it's got hair, but they've been doing this for 200 years for this motherfucker. So, well, I'm a go. Thank you, guys, every month. Damn, I went 4 hours. Didn't mean to go 4 hours. So wellness, timelessness to everybody. Whenever you see this, wellness to you, timelessness to you, love. One thing the witch says, I agree, is love or above. I agree with that. That is how we should live. It doesn't mean you love everybody. It doesn't mean you love everything, but you are love. And you keep your love meter high. That's the part of lucid living that Tom Fritz, I think Franks talks about. He wrote the Gospel of Jesus. He tells you watch the movie. You are you, but technically the way the machine goes, it puts a movie around you. So you just watch that shit. That's like me. Mayat teaches you that you have no emotions. That is reaching Mayat, no emotions. You already, what has happened. So you just, whatever it is, you ride it. You just ride it. That's how you look at things. It's okay. You be the, what's the word I'm looking for? It ain't watch. I'm getting tired, so words are kind of not coming. And I took medication too, so I feel it. The muscle relaxer was kicking in. But you watch. It's like you're having a seat and you see the movie playing out in front of you. That's who you really should be. You keep love no matter what happens. Now, we live in some fucked up times. This is probably the most demonic times of recent history. I still think the beast is nervous. I really do. I even think the me or the my is nervous. Seems like we are getting some help. More of us are seeing this shit. More people are able to say, hey, a lot of this shit is bullshit. Let's find the whole story, not just part of it. Tell the whole story. And through this, we're breaking through. I mean, that's why the sports thing, the motherfucking government goes to the NBA and says, we want these motherfuckers to start doing commercials for shots. Remember, you had Russell Wilson talking about he wears his mask up. He had the football players. When I go out, I mask up. They selling out. So far, the NBA players saying, fuck that shot. We ain't doing shit for your shot. They went to the union. My Revenge of the Ancestors. My brother was talking about the motherfuckers in the military don't even want to take that shit. Like, fuck that shit. But we need to make them. Right now, they can't make them. And right now, they can't make you. The scarcity is a lie. That's a fucking marketing ploy. It's just marketing. I mean, you see it. It's like they're doing this shit like it's a movie. Like it's a script these motherfuckers wrote. And that's really what has happened. They wrote this shit. And they trying to live it. And brothers and sisters saying, fuck that shit. You see what they saying now? You only need one poke and you'll be okay. 50% okay. 50% you won't do anything. See, do you see how it's trying to adjust? Just take the one. Somebody wrote good. They said Israel vaccinated half of their people. And they was like, yeah, they ain't. No, I'll take this back. Now, even though they got the grip on their neck, now they want the Palestinians to take it. Every other day you kicking them in their ass, but now you got some shit. Oh, did y'all see Walmart? Walmart was giving free goddamn flu shots. Walk into Walmart and get a flu shot for free. I don't know anybody else see that shit? Go into Walmart, have a seat, we'll poke your ass. Well, what did the doctor told me? I was with a doctor earlier. What did she say? If you get this shit, don't get this shit in Walmart. Don't get this shit in Walgreens. Get this shit at a hospital. Where if something happened to you, they can do something. Possibly. Don't get this shit just some drive-in. They said, what was somebody saying? One line, they was testing you, and the other tent, they was giving shots in the tent. Just put your arm out the window. Go ahead. You driving in. Oh, this is the most revealing time. We see the truth. It's not just a feeling. We see it exactly. It will be soon if you don't take it. No job, no grocery, no money, no nothing. Mark of the beast. I don't know because the beast is greedy. The beast is greedy, and the beast needs our energy, and it needs our energy shopping. It needs our energy working. So I don't think they're going to take all that away. The thing that's worrisome is they letting 11 more motherfucking million people in here. Unskilled people. Unskilled. These people coming from Mexico and South America are not skilled people. So what do you do about the people already ain't working? How do you bring more unskilled people? What does that say from our future people that just graduate from high school and don't go to college? Why should they have to compete against somebody that comes over from Mexico or South America? Why? When it's already jobs is tight. Now, you ain't got to shop because they'll drop the shit off at your door. So I don't know about the shopping part. You ain't really got to go in stores anymore. You ain't got to go grocery shopping. You ain't got to do none of that shit. They'll bring that shit to you. Walmart got some shit. They'll bring the shit to your house. They used to do that in the old days. The little stores that be in your neighborhood, they would bring the groceries to your crib. Remember in Do the Right Thing how Spike Lee was taking people's pizzas and shit? They used to have jobs where you would take groceries to people's house. You would put the groceries in your bike and ride the groceries to their house. Remember the old ice cream carts where they was peddling ice cream and had the ice cream in the front? They used to have the same shit where they drive the little carts and take food to you. Remember when I was a child, they dropped the milk off from the people who made milk. They dropped the eggs off from the people that made eggs. You had a little tin, and they put the milk in there with the eggs from the people. Not fucking grocery store, from the actual farmers. That's still, when I was a child, that's what it was. Hell, you ground your own beef when I was a child. Everybody had the beef grinders. It was like a little horn top, and you stuck the steak in there and you ground that shit up yourself. No fillers, just the steak you stuck in there. Put the beef in there and you make your own hamburger. Everybody had one of them. You clamped it to your counter. But don't do that anymore, do we? Well, this is the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am 8 Wind is timeless. I am a time lord. I am a time walker. And I'm a dad. I'm a friend. Used to be a husband. I'm a brother. You know, I claim all that. I give freely. So, thank you all again. I appreciate it. What do you say? Yeah, it is sketchy. You give them unskilled jobs for unskilled people. Yeah, but they're shrinking up. Now with McDonald's paying $15 an hour, there's going to be competition for them jobs. But this is the fucked up thing. You may make $15 an hour, your bills ain't paying no more because all that shit costs. What does the average car cost today? 30 to 50 grand. I was trying to buy a house a couple years ago, and the house was 700,000, 7,000 square feet. Now you can't find that house. Fucking houses is $1 million for that same shit. I knew the shit was a good deal. And I was, my lawyers and shit fucked me over. I wouldn't even dealt with them if they wasn't going to give me the money. But my point is now even that shit is more. Can't find that anymore. So, well, you know how I end. I'm not a New York rapper or an LA gang banger. I'm just an old school Detroit crack slinger. I know that I ain't going to go to heaven. That's why I always carry a 357. This has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. Till we meet again.